I'm having my Korean panic attack.
I am filled with scotch and bitterness and impure thoughts.
Hey everyone, how are we all doing? It's me, Legal Vices. It's Friday. It is the end of the week here in Korea, the beginning of the last day of the week for some of you, and it's in the middle of the last day of the work week for some of you, and some of you have to work on the weekend. Sucks to be you guys. But it is Friday night in Korea. It is time for yet another episode of Legal Vices. Sorry I was a bit late. I just couldn't decide what I was going to drink, so I kind of brought a bit of the liquor cabinet with me here because I just don't know how this night is going to go. It's been a week. It's time to kind of relax a little bit, let off some steam, and get ready to rant. There's some things we got to be ranting about tonight. But it's going to be a good one. I've informally thrown out some invitations to people. I know I just did it on the last minute, like, spur of the moment kind of thing. We'll see. And as you can tell, my voice is a little bit tight because I've had a really stressful day and I need to kind of relax and get the voice back down where it should be. Yeah, it's been a frustrating and stressful week this week in the office. So yeah, I'm a little bit tight. My voice goes up about an octave from the time when I wake up in the morning. So and I haven't had time to enjoy a pipe today, so, oh well. We'll just have to get the liquor voice going. How are we all doing? I hope we're all doing well. I should relocate the liquor cabinet to the office area. I wish we could go back to the days of the 1950s, like Mad Men era kind of thing, where everybody just had a liquor cart in their office. That would be awesome. But no, that's most of my liquor back there. That's most of the booze. I got some in a cabinet over there, some in the other room. Got a big supply here next to me. We can just snort the tobacco. I've got a bunch of snuff, but the people that do snuff do it for the nicotine. I do pipes and tobacco for the flavor. I mean, pipes and cigars for the flavor. Snuff just makes my nose run, my head burn, and then I get stuffed up and I sound even worse. Yeah, unfortunately. And I hope you do, because that would be cool if someone still had a liquor cabinet. Whew. Relax. Well, see, that's the thing. I have to relax before I get into the rants. Otherwise, I'll just kind of stroke out. Yeah, I don't want to stroke out during these things. So, all right, what are we doing today? Rants. The ones we've got locked and loaded is we're doing an update on the University of Idaho killings, the murders there. Give a little bit of an update. Well, actually, quite a bit of an update as to what's happened over the past week. And then I got to admit, I got to rant about a few things towards the end of the University of Idaho story. Then we've got Courtney CLENNEY and her bond hearing yesterday. Then we've got Juan David ORTIZ, who was convicted of being a serial deleter of women of negotiable affections. Got a few rants about him. We've got a fairly good sized Griner rant lined up and ready to go. And just in case we run out of material before I run out of energy, I've got a few in reserve. But like I said, I've thrown out a few informal invites to people. If they show up and want to rant about something particular, that's great. If not, I am more than prepared to rant alone. It's just more fun when you're ranting with someone else, because then you can take a breather while they take over for a bit. So there we go. I know I should just say a lot, because I know everybody likes it when people say Okay. Chat. Welcome. It's good to see you here. How are we? I'm Legal Vices. And my chat is the best chat in the world. We got 200, but the problem is, don't make me do this already. Don't make me get stressed. We've got 205 people here now and only 90 likes. So you know what to do. Hit that damn like button. and let's get ready to rumble. Chat, I got the best chat on the internet. The Vice Squad is where it's at. The Voice Squad rocks way hard. You guys are fantastic. Mods, we've got some super mods here. We've got Alan the super mod. Rose is always here, and Alan is always here. You guys are great. Xcomer, Triple Z, the newest mod, the reluctant mod, if you will, is also here. We've got a good trifecta of mods lined up. Those of you that are just listening, as you go down the road, as you go about your life, as you work in the office, as you work wherever it is you work, if you just got me on for background noise, I appreciate it. It's great. I love to have you here. When you get some time, come back and hit that like button just to say thanks and leave a comment of more than 4 words, 5 words or more. That's what YouTube looks at. And if you haven't subscribed into something you want to do by the end of the show, please do. I love to get new subscribers. We are at 32,510. Creeping towards 33,000. The goal is to have 50,000 by my birthday in July. That's my goal. I want to have 50,000 subscribers by July. I think my anniversary is about my YouTube anniversary is the middle of May. I just think that's a little too much to hope for to get a 50,000 subscribers in 1 year. So I'm going to be a little generous and give myself a little more time to be disappointed. So I'm giving myself till July to get 50,000 subscribers. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification button. We've got some membership levels. And as we go through the rant, as we go through the rants today, whatever super chats come in, we'll get them as they come in. Super chats are not required. There is no minimum amount to super chat to get me to respond to it. Anything you give me, I gratefully accept as a very, very much appreciated donation and support for the channel. That just gives you priority. I get to some of the other chats and the other comments in chat as I'm able to, and as they pertain to things, but super chats get priority, get focus. Oh, Helena T says it's raining 2 degrees here. That sucks. And Darth Hideous, Talking Trash and Truth 420, they said, okay, let's go. Hey, if you got them, smoke them somewhere, babies. Not here in Korea, because that would land my dumbass in jail here in Korea, and I don't think the damn government's going to come looking for me like they did for Griner. Yeah, I just think I'm everything wrong, and that puts me outside of their interest. So, yeah, none of that stuff here, but we'll get to that rant in due course. Oh, good. Now that I'm ranting, I feel my voice relaxing a little bit more. Now that I'm getting into my element, my normal, happy, cheerful, goddamn self. What do you got? Bella, Stella, thank you so much for the super sticker. What do we have in super sticker land? I didn't see it. It scrolled past. Got to go back. Hey, you. Well, hey, you. Thank you so much. And Marv White kicking off these super chats for today. The wife just heard your rant and asked for a link to sub. She already listens from my device, but now you have the sub. Well, thanks. I just got a sub right now. If that was the lovely Mrs. White, thank you very much. Deeply appreciated. And Xcomer has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships to Akio Megapint. Speaking of Megapint, I've got my official Johnny Depp Megapint Legal Vices Pimp Cup locked and loaded with some lime juice so that we can gin tonic that mofo when necessary. Anywho, Megapint got 1. Joseph DiMartino got 1. Wolfman got 1. Yeah, Wolfman Jack got himself a gifted membership. Who else got 1? What's in the box? Kevin D'Souza got 1, and Legendary Racing. Everybody that just scored a gifted membership from Xcomer, please give him your vote of thanks, your deep felt appreciation, and what a great guy. Let him know. All right. I think it's time to get to the rants. We're off to the rants here. But first, let's do an update on the tragic story of the 4 as yet unsolved murders in Moscow, Idaho. I don't know how many of you have been following it. Wait a minute. Baron Saturday, I know weed is illegal in South Korea, but I heard weed is legal in North Korea. I don't know, but I'm guessing that would probably get you executed in North Korea. Unless you happen to be the guy in charge. I don't know how closely you've been following this story of the 4 murders in Idaho. I've been following it, what I like to think is fairly closely. Our very own favorite meme Copium, he's been deep diving this thing. He's been the local LawTube and LawTube adjacent murder expert when it's dealing with this case. He's got some great things. He's in the middle of doing his show. Otherwise, I'd have him on here. He might pop in later. We'll just have to see. At that point, we can maybe backtrack a bit. But where we are with this, again, we're a month into this. These 4 murders happened a month ago. And they're as yet, as far as we know, unsolved with no suspects. I say as far as we know, because the police are keeping the facts, they're keeping their investigation, they're keeping the details very, very, very close to their chest. Which I personally don't have a problem with. But that's the place we're going to start our first rant with. What is the state of this investigation? Then we'll talk about some more details of the investigation, and then I'm just going to get angry because that's what I do. But I do want to have a little bit legitimate news here before I get angry. This is the latest press release from the folks at the Moscow Police Department. And for those of you that don't know, Moscow, Idaho is, it's probably about somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the way up Idaho, right on the border with Pullman, Washington. There's just a few miles separate, like 6 miles, I think, is separating Moscow from Pullman. It's kind of a gateway for anyone going across Idaho or going up into Washington. Usually go through Moscow, bank over through Pullman, and head on up. Small town, 25,000 people, 11,000 students. They've got like 4 elementary schools, 1 middle school, 1 high school. It's a tiny, tiny, small place. And I've got snoring dogs. So something like this is very shocking to the people there in the town. I mean, the last murder they had was 7 years ago, and I don't know when the one before that was, but murder is not like a daily occurrence there. Shootings and stabbings aren't a daily occurrence there. And so understandably, the locals are concerned about this, and they would like it to be solved, of course, because it's kind of terrorizing for the little town. I don't think the dogs. I took the dogs to the office today, and they are both snoring up a storm. They didn't get any sleep during the day. But again, this was December 5th, 4 days ago. And there's a lot of interesting information in this Moscow Police Department update. But also what's interesting is the lack of information. Moscow, Idaho. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. So we're literally like 4 days away from the 1-month anniversary of this. Here's the updates. There have been statements and speculation about this case, victim injuries, cause of death, evidence collection and processing, and investigative techniques. With the active criminal investigation, law enforcement has not released additional facts to the family or the public. That's important to note. They're not releasing information even to the families. And we'll get into why they're not releasing any of this to the families in just a minute. So the families and the public are not being given additional facts. We recognize the frustration this causes, and the speculation proliferates in the absence of facts. However, we firmly believe speculation and unvetted information is a disservice to the victims, their families, and our community. The Moscow Police Department is committed to providing information whenever possible, but not at the expense of compromising the investigation and prosecution. That's something to keep in mind. We're going to get back to that. Detectives continue processing and working through more than 2,645 emailed tips. That's what my rant is going to center around. 2,770 phone tips and 1,084 digital media submissions. So right there, we're looking at about 5,500 tips that have come in about this. We believe someone has information that will add context to the picture investigators are creating of what occurred that evening. Our focus is the investigation, not the activities. Your information, whether you believe it is significant or not, might be one of the puzzle pieces that helps solve these murders. Then again, it might not be. I have a lovely Negroni here, by the way. It's a nice, delicious triple Negroni because I like them. Using tips and leads, investigators have identified an incident involving Kaylee at a local business. This is the stalker that's been reported, which may have been the stalker reference she made to family and friends and family. In mid-October, 2 males were seen inside a local business. They parted ways, and one male appeared to follow Kaylee inside the business and as she exited to walk toward her car. The male turned away, and it did not appear he made any contact with her. It's not a Bingroni, Fedorovsky. Detectives contacted both males and learned the 2 were attempting to meet women at the business. As it go trawling businesses to meet women. This was corroborated through additional investigation. Based on available information, detectives believe this was an isolated incident and not an ongoing pattern of stalking. No evidence suggests the 2 males were involved in the murders. Well, there you go. I mean, that's something good. They say they've been ruled out, but you always have to ask when police rule someone out publicly, are they doing it because they've actually ruled them out, or are they publicly announcing they're ruling them out in order for them to get more comfortable, to make a mistake, and to out themselves? That's always a possibility they've got to think about. Investigators continue looking into information about Kaylee having a stalker. Information about a potential stalker or unusual occurrence should go through the tip line. In other words, don't bother the police, just call the tip line. They'll get around to it. Just the tip. There have been numerous requests about the dog found at the residence on the morning of November 13th. Again, where was the dog when this happened? Where was the dog found? Why didn't the dog bark, etc., etc.? Well, arriving officers entered the residence and found the deceased victims. During the search of a home, a dog was found in a room where the crimes had not been committed. Well, that's good, because it probably should have been sitting there licking up the blood. And you don't want dogs to get the taste of human blood. During the search of the home, sorry for that little dark venture. Now I'm starting to relax. During the search of the home, a dog was found in a room where the crimes had not been committed. Officers did not find any evidence of the dog on the dog. So there's no blood on the dog. That's a good thing. And there was no indication that the animal had entered the crime scene. No little bloody paw prints around. The dog was taken to animal services and released to a responsible person. That's good. News asks, who let the dogs out? Little snorebots back there. At this time, no suspect has been identified. That's probably the most important takeaway from this. At this point, no suspect has been identified. And only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. In other words, only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation. That means useless information. Nothing important is going to be released to the public. There is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears and spreading false information. We encourage referencing official releases. For accurate information and updated progress. Silver Crypto 2022 became a YouTube member. Welcome to the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you for showing us your member right here on Legal Vice's Rant Line. All right. Spoiler warning, says Darth Hideous. The dog didn't do these murders. Cujo did it. There was plenty evidence on Cujo, though. There was no evidence on these guys. And, then it goes to this next little part here. Tips. Here's some tips from them. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders to assist with the ongoing investigation. Any odd or out of the ordinary events that took place should be reported. Again, they don't need the ordinary stuff that everybody already knows. Don't clog up the lines. Our focus is the investigation, not the activities. Your information, whether you believe it is significant or not, might be a piece of the puzzle that helps investigators solve the murders. Information can be submitted. There's the 3 ways. All press releases and information related to are available here. That's where we're looking at right now. Now, this is how they've conducted their investigation. Chat, you guys are great. I need a drink. On the evening of November 12th, Kaylee Goncalves and Madison Mogan, were at a local bar called the Corner Club on 2002 North Main Street in downtown Moscow between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. On November 13th at approximately 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison were seen on video at a local food vendor called the Grub Truck at 318 South Main Street and used a private party for a ride home from downtown to arrive at the 1122 King Road residence around 1:56 a.m. Investigators have determined that Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were seen at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus at blah, blah, blah at approximately 1:45 a.m. Ethan and Xana are believed to have returned to the residence at 1122 King Road. It was previously reported that Ethan resided at the home. However, it has been determined that he was only visiting. Knocking boots with one of the girls. Apparently they were in the same bed, but that's one of the weird things about this. It's not weird that Ethan and Xana were sharing a bed if they're together, but there's rumor that the other 2 girls that were murdered were also sharing a bed. And even an extra rumor that the 2 girls in the basement were doing the same. So, just something to think about. So the detectives believe that on November 12th, the 2 surviving roommates had also been out in the Moscow community separately, but returned home by 1 a.m. November 13th, the 2 did not wake up until later that morning. On November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. That's the thing I want to know. At 11:58, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. What does this mean? Does this mean they knocked on the door and didn't go in the room, so they thought someone was passed out? Was the door locked from the inside? Did the killer lock the door on their way out? Did they? This just doesn't make. I don't know what this means. What does it mean? Did they go and I can't imagine they went over and looked at the body and shook it because there would be a ton of blood everywhere. So whatever they did, whatever this means, they think someone had passed out and was not waking up. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the location. Officers entered the residence and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. The people on the 1st floor, they lucked out. Autopsies were conducted on November 17th. This is also an important thing that leads to one of our follow-up stories. Autopsies were conducted on November 17th. The Latta County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing, saying a fixed blade knife. The coroner stated the 4 victims were likely asleep. Some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. Some didn't have defensive wounds, which probably meant, which seems to clearly indicate that, one, they were either murdered in their sleep and didn't wake up, or they were still too drunk at the time of the murders to make any sort of defensive response to being stabbed. There was no sign of SA. Detectives are seeking all outside surveillance video taken from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m. on Sunday, November 13th, from businesses and residences, and these are the areas that they're interested in. Detectives are also seeking additional tips and surveillance video of any unusual behavior on the night. The ring cameras, I don't think, are a big thing there in Idaho yet, in the cow towns of Idaho. I don't know of anybody in my little hometown that has one. Of course, I don't know really anybody there anymore, but I don't think it's a big thing, so I don't know how much evidence they're going to get that way. Evidence investigators have looked extensively into information received about Kaylee having a stalker. They pursued hundreds of pieces of information related to this topic, but have not verified or identified a stalker. Anyone with information about a potential stalker or unusual instances is asked to contact the tip line. Now, these are the people that they say publicly are ruled out. The 2 surviving roommates. The male in the grub truck surveillance video. That was the guy. I don't know if you've seen the video. He was like a hoodie bro. He had a hoodie on. He had this weirdly kind of perchance knife-shaped shape, and he had his left arm in his hoodie the entire time, except for when he was like messing with his hair or something, or backpack. But they're saying that people have just been calling hoodie bro. He's been ruled out publicly. The private driver who took Kaylee and Madison home on November 13th. I don't know what this private party driver is, but the way it's been described in other places, seems it's a thing that, for those of you that are outside of the U.S. and don't understand sororities and fraternities and how they work, it's basically a college club, we'll call it. But some of these sororities, both of the girls were sorority members, will have like designated drivers for the evening, who that is their job to drive around and take people home. That's they get assigned that task from whoever the sorority president is or whatnot, to be on call to drive people home when they need it. But I don't know if that's the case, or if it was an Uber or a Lyft or whatever. They haven't released that. The male Kaylee and Madison called numerous times. That was an ex-boyfriend during the early morning of November 13th. An individual at the residence when 911 called. 911 people that were there at the apartment. The individual on the lease. There was a 6th person. We know there was 5 girls that lived there, but there was a 6th person on the lease. They talked to that 6th person, but the individual on the lease had moved out of the residence before the school year started and was not present at the time of the incident. Now, this is where we get into rumors and things like that, and then we will wrap up the review of the police investigation. So currently no suspects are in custody. Interesting worded there. Interesting wording. No suspects are in custody and no weapon has been located. That doesn't mean that there are no suspects. They're just being honest. Maybe it means there's no suspects, but the only thing I'll say is it means that no suspects are in custody. On the night of the incident, officers located a dog at the residence. The dog was unharmed, turned over to animal services. We already got that. Local businesses were contacted to determine if a fixed blade knife had been recently purchased. They said no. Detectives seized the contents of 3 dumpsters. Governor Brad Little directed up to $1 million in state emergency funding. And then they've collected here, again, the number of tips. 4,000 crime scene photographs were taken. That's a lot of photographs. And there's 3-dimensional scans of the residence. On November 29th, as part of the ongoing homicide investigation and original search warrant, detectives relocated 5 vehicles. We're going to talk about that here in just a little bit. They moved 5 vehicles on November 29th. Idaho State Police Forensic Crime Lab scientists have worked on this case for weeks and have provided testing and analysis results to detectives. And so to protect the investigation's integrity, results will not be released. As detectives moves forward with the homicide investigation, a private security company has been contracted to provide scene security to free up patrol resources. The scene remains under police control. And one interesting thing, if you go to like Google Maps and you type in the address for this house, they've blurred it out. Google Maps has just created a vacancy where this house is. It's blurred out. They don't even want people looking at the house on Google Maps. I think that's quite interesting. And rumor control, finally. There's been extensive media coverage and interest regarding an incident at Taylor Avenue and Banfield on November 13th at 3:01 a.m. This incident was an alcohol offense which was addressed by the on-scene officer. The call is not related to the murder investigations. 2, we have not changed our belief that the murders were a targeted attack. However, investigators have not concluded if the target was the residents or its occupants. Why would a house be a target? The only real answer that comes to mind is drugs. If it was anything else I can think of, it would be targeted at the individual. But I don't know. If you guys can think of a legitimate reason why a house would be a target rather than an individual, let me know what it is. Matthew Giannitti says one of the dads is a blabbering buffoon. Well, we'll get to the blabbering buffoon here in a minute. But I can't. The house was asking for it. Did you see what it was wearing? Ugh. Well, Matthew Giannitti says not drugs, jealousy. It was a party house. But see, that would be individual. If you're jealous about someone, you would go after that person. If you're just jealous because this is a party house, I mean, why would you go and stab people just because it was a party house? That doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, just some things to be thinking about there. There may have been media questions about a September 12th, 2022 incident regarding an argument between a group of people walking out of the University of Idaho bike path and a cyclist. The cyclist was supposed to have had a knife. They let him go, but then he turned himself into the police, and then they've since charged him. They didn't charge him in the beginning. They let him go, but then they brought him back in, and here it says that he was charged with a misdemeanor and was referred to the attorney's office. And there was another deal in February 22 about a death on the street that was due to an overdose, not related. There's a reports of a red Mustang being processed, not accurate, not connected to the incident. The 911 caller has not been released. The tapes haven't been released. We don't know what was said. And, the skin dog, they don't believe there's any evidence to support that is related to the murders. And then they just goes through the other people who they're using to assist them with this. But that is the police official press release as to what's going on. But well, for those of you that know that we've been having every Thursday is O.J. Simpson night here. You know that for the past couple of months we've been looking into Officer Mark Furman's testimony, a demonstrably racist cop who may have planted evidence at OJ's house, the bloody glove and some drops of blood on the Bronco. But that's not a topic for today. But he was disgraced, and he moved to Idaho, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, which is a little ways up the road from Moscow. But imagine my surprise when this is kind of old news. This wasn't too long after it occurred, but I promised I would bring it up today. But imagine my surprise when we're watching this, and for some reason, Fox News goes and gets our man.
Mark Furman, former LA police detective. You live in Idaho. Mark, good morning to you. You've talked to some students. What have you found out, and where are you now as to how far police or investigators may or may not be?
Well, good morning, Bill and Sandra. Tragic. I mean, it's beyond tragic what happened in Moscow, but I talked to students as early as Monday. I talked to alumni, some parents, not the parents of the victims. But what I did learn is I knew about these two girls that were in the apartment, in the house, that at the exact time of the murder. And their story was they heard partying, they heard noise, but they just, as usual, said, there's partying going on, and they locked the door. It's interesting that they said they locked the door, and then I talked to more students, and they go, well, when you're in a house that has a party and you don't want to party, you lock the door so nobody comes in. But it does actually create some more of the timeline. Now we have Madison and Kaylee that went to a food truck at 3:43. So when I'm trying to reconstruct in my head this series of events, we know that Madison and Kaylee are alive at 3:43. They go back to the house. Was that food eaten? Was that food still in packaging? Was that food part of the attack where it was strewn all over the house? Was Madison and Kaylee attacked first, and Xana and Ethan hear the commotion and come down? I think it's interesting. and really kind of disturbing that the police get there and immediately they say this was a targeted attack. And I think this is really important in this investigation at almost day 6. The targeted attack, it wasn't because they have seen so many homicides of this type they could make that determination. There was something at the scene that made them think that one of those victims was the target, but why? And I think it's time that they release at least the basis for that impression, because somebody might actually know something about one of the victims that they relayed before the murder.
Seems like so much of the information has been really, really slow to come out here. We caught up with Dr. Michael Bodden yesterday, forensic pathologist, who said that the scene, this gruesome scene that we've seen, the very graphic images of Mark, should reveal more, particularly when it comes to possibly obtaining the DNA of the perpetrator. Because there can be slippage with the knife with this many stab wounds. I mean, horrific to talk about, but he said this yesterday.
When there's this many stab wounds and there's a lot of blood is very slippery, and sometimes the perpetrator is cut by the slippage of the knife, and some of the blood at the scene can belong to the perpetrator. And DNA will be able to evaluate that.
Hopefully that takes them somewhere with this.
All right. I totally agree, Sandra. And Dr. Bodden makes a good point about slippage. Blood is incredibly slippery. And in a battle with 4 different people, maybe 4 different times or some 2 at a time, there is a chaos, and you have to remember that the attacker is also trying to hold and fend off the victim with one hand and stab with the other, and sometimes his hand or forearm or even leg might come in contact with the blade. But there's another thing. The suspect is walking in blood. There should be a shoe print, a footprint, a boot print. There should be something at that scene that they cannot attribute to the police or the first responders that actually arrived. So that's important. The possibility that there's a 5th blood type / DNA there from the suspect's blood is huge. And I think that's what the FBI and ISP went in to try to find, to actually identify all the blood types. So these are important, but the targeted attack with the knife is a knife is a weapon of rage. And
that's actually the good point he makes.
You know, numerous stab wounds, more than every other victim, then you could assume that the one victim was the target and the rest were collateral. But then you have to actually tell the public who was the target, because they talk. People talk before this incident. And I talked to one student, and I agree with this. It was twice removed from the person that said it, Kaylee.
Oh, so
but
double
Kaylee,
hearsay.
2 months ago, complained about a stalker.
And there may be something to that. Yeah, Mark, thank you so much. Very interesting. And you say the most important thing is that the murder rate in Moscow, Idaho is 0.
Yeah. Well, let's look at a couple of comments here. Thank you, Robert Lawrence, for that super chat. It's written in invisible ink, but thank you for it anyway. And Buh-Bye says the unconscious 911 call was for the surviving roommate who fainted when she found the scene. The ones calling didn't know what she saw. As far as I know, that's all speculation, and there has been no confirmation that that was the case or not. It could be, but I don't know. Again, it's speculation, as far as I'm aware. Flux said that he definitely planted evidence, talking about Mark Furman. Haha. He did it. It was Mark Furman also, says Flux. Thank you for that insight, Flux. It's Trenton. He's been active for years, talking about Mark Furman again. There was talk at one point of him helping the Holloway family when she was missing. He did provide a decent bit of assistance with that case, as I understand. He's written some books. He's written a couple of crime novels. I haven't read them, but I hear that they're not too bad. Furman looks aged. I think he looks pretty good for somebody who's 70. Mark Furman is 70 this year, so I think he looks pretty good for a 70-year-old dude. Eric Fulm says, it was havoc. Thank you for that. Eric Fulm, did any of them have defensive wounds? The police report we just read said some of them had defensive wounds. Doesn't say if it was 2, 3, or 4. It just says some had defensive wounds. The food truck was 143, not 343. Got the time wrong. Yeah, sue him. He's just a talking head on TV. And again, this wasn't this wasn't too long after the murders occurred that he gave that interview. I just promised to do that because we did O.J. Simpson yesterday. Well, again, we have, we'll find out hopefully one day exactly what was going on. Pretty much any substantial facts at this point are hearsay, are speculation, etc. Because the police just aren't releasing any pertinent, relevant, or important information. Well, now we've got a new development. This was yesterday. A development that took place yesterday in this case is that the police have started packing up the murder victim's belongings at the crime scene. They're clearing out the house. Get out of here. We'll get to you later, Biden and Griner. Get out of here. Thank you. The police spent over 2 hours Wednesday packing up the belongings. Notice it wasn't a moving company. It wasn't anyone else. It was the police who packed up the belongings. That's important. The police spent over 2 hours Wednesday packing up the belongings of 4 murdered Idaho college students, including one victim's pink cowboy boots that had been displayed in their window. Moscow Police Department Chief James Fry and at least 6 other officers entered the King Road home at about 9:43, with packages of cardboard boxes. Madison Mogan and her best friend Kaylee Gonkovs, Ethan Chapin and his girlfriend Zena Kernodle were stabbed to death. Oh, really? Yeah, we know that. On November 13th. Those are little pink boots that were displayed in the window. Poor Madison. Mogan's pink cowboy boots had sat on the ledge of the 3rd-story window next to a large decorative letter M. Officers could be seen loading a 10-foot U-Haul with plastic bins, boxes, and a white office chair and artwork. Fry told reporters at the scene that they had removed some of the things the family wanted and other belongings that were there. He was asked if it was difficult for him to return to the crime scene. We have a job to do, he replied. I don't think it's difficult for the sheriff to return to a scene. I mean, that's what they do. We owe this to the families. We owe this to the victims. We owe this to the community. The packed U-Haul driven by Fry was taken to a city lot in downtown Moscow shortly after noon. Family members are expected to retrieve the personal belongings in the coming days. Again, important to note, the police moved the items, and they took them to a different facility. They took them to a different lot, and the family will be picking up the belongings in a few days. It's time for us to get those things back that really mean something to those families and hopefully help with some of their healing. It's been more than 3 weeks since the horrific slayings, and police have yet to publicly announce a suspect or a motive. And then blah, blah, blah. It's not going cold. We're following tips. And we're going to get to Kaylee Gonkov's grieving father, Steve. He previously told police he has lost confidence in the Moscow Police Department. We're going to talk about Steve, who won't stop flapping his damn gums. He's a problem. I get why he's doing it. His daughter was murdered and he wants answers, but there comes a time when you've just got to shut the fuck up. They've messed up 1,000,000 times. All right, I won't get ranting on him until we get to his part. But I don't get to say that because what experience does Steve have? He doesn't know. He's just a dad who woke up one day and his life was turned upside down. Exactly. That's why you don't get to say they've messed up 1,000,000 times. You don't know, but I'm getting ahead of my rant. So why would the police be the ones that move these stuff away? Why would it go to a different lot? And why would they make the family wait a few days to collect the items? Why they do that? This is saying without saying that the police want to go through everything in that house item by item in a controlled environment. And 2, they're going to have the families come, and the families are going to look at all of the stuff, and they're going to tell the police whether they notice anything missing, and if so, what? Are there things that are strange that maybe shouldn't be there? And if so, what? So they're going to use this. This is just standard procedure. So the police will use this as another means of getting some information about what happened that day. Did they steal something? Is there something that doesn't belong there? And that they can get some information that way. I'm getting stuffy here. Why am I getting stuffy? Excuse me while I take a sniff. Must be the lack of alcohol in my system. My blood alcohol content is running dangerously low. Police should be separate from detectives. Why? The detectives are part of the police department. Okay. Xcomer says, Hey Woo J Museum. Hey Woo J Museum, elaborate, please. I don't know what to elaborate on. What is the Hey Woo J Museum? I've never heard of it. It's obviously Korean, so it must be somewhere here in Korea, but I've never heard of it. So sorry, I don't know what it is. Well, okay. Another new thing that's just happened a few days ago is the roommates are starting to talk. The roommates are starting to talk, but they're not saying anything of particular importance. Just kind of the standard. Oh, the toilet museum. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about the toilet museum someday. It's literally a giant toilet with lots of toilet things inside and a toilet cafe. It's a toilet museum. Okay. Yeah. Don't derail the damn stream, Xcomer. Getting back to this. Surviving roommates of slain Idaho students break their silence. They're not breaking their silence in any really meaningful way. The two other university roommates who were home at the time, 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death in their beds, have offered their first public words. And that's literally all they are. Words. Just words. Since the brutal attack that occurred 3 weeks ago, a local pastor from Real Life Ministries read letters from Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk during a prayer vigil on December 2nd that expressed their feelings on the loss of their 4 friends. My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people by people who changed my life in so many ways and made me so happy, Mortensen wrote. They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to the world, Funk wrote. The letters also shared their specific memories of each of the students, with Mortensen writing that the 4 would want us to live life and be happy, and they would want us to celebrate their lives. The 2 women are not considered suspects. They're now in their 4th week. Well, we're just about to wrap up the 4th week. They say we're putting the pieces together, and I think when the picture is done, I think we'll have a real clear definition of what occurred and where to go, said the communications director. And here comes Goncalves' father again, Steve. Steve said he believed the investigation was moving too slowly. He recently shared information the police have not released. Other family members, if you're wondering why you're not getting much information, go talk to Steve. Steve can't keep his fucking mouth shut. But we'll get to a little more Steve later. Their means of death don't match, he said on Fox News. Their points of damage don't match. Great. Go ahead. Tell some important things about the investigation because you know in situations... all right, we're just going to have to rant on and off here because the floodgates are open. You know that in cases like this, it is virtually certain that the perpetrator of this crime is watching the news, is reading the news, trying to figure out what's going on, trying to figure out what the police know. Are they closing in on me? Where are they looking? Are they being misdirected? They're trying to get this information, which is why the police aren't giving the information out. They don't want the killer to know what they know about the killer. So the killer can't change himself. He can't move. He can't do something out of the ordinary. Because right now, that the murderer is still probably very concerned about getting caught. He's got to act as normal as possible. He's got to continue going about his daily business in a way that doesn't arouse suspicion. So that's why he has to pay extra close attention to these investigations. And when you have people saying, okay, they know this, they know that, they're making a mistake here, they're making a mistake there, that's cluing this guy in, and he knows what he can do, or worse yet, what he has to do to avoid getting caught. Steve, shut the fuck up. Criminologist Casey Jones told NBC correspondent Stephanie Gosk that the comments by Steve Goncalves would seem to indicate that one of the girls suffered different kinds of stab wounds. I mean, what that would indicate, whoever this girl was that had these different kinds of stab wounds, what would that tell the killer? That would tell the killer, oh, they know that I had something special to do with her. I gave her the special hack-up job. And so that immediately narrows the focus of random people coming in the house, random visitors to the party house, possible outside influences, and everybody that 6 people know, down to a very relatively limited circle of people that one person knows. Then you just have to go through phone contacts, books, letters, emails, whatnot, and find out who has been in contact with these people, with this one person. And you've immediately narrowed this field down. So Steve, just by making this stupid fucking comment, if the person is paying attention, which they undoubtedly are in my mind, they've just told him they know that I can be tied to her. Does he run? Does he hide? Does he move? What does he do? Well, that's up to him because we don't know. Because of dumbass Steve here. The guy is probably assuming it's a guy, the person is probably altering their daily activities and their daily schedule. These are kind of things that would be distinctive and indicate perhaps substantiate the belief by the police that it was a targeted attack. Exactly. Well, and originally when this happened, I said the thing that, of course, I'm not telling the police what to do because that's what they do, and they probably do it better than me, I hope, is I would say come and look at the people that don't return to school, because this happened right before the Thanksgiving break. I said target the people, investigate the people that don't return to campus after the break. But it turns out that 2/3 of the students didn't come back after the Thanksgiving break, so that's not particularly helpful. Well, people are really on eggshells. Should I be leaving the community? Is there a madman on the loose? Well, one of these people that's probably thinking, should I leave the community if they haven't already done so, is the killer, now that they're probably aware that Steve has released that the police are onto him or her. Now that we've been ranting about Steve, let's see what's going on here. Wait, I missed one of XComer's super chats. I've had the toilet museum thing up here the whole time. Sorry, I was ranting with the toilet museum super chat on. But I need to go to your super chat directly before the toilet museum, before we let Steve have it with a double barrel. Well, I want to finish that sentence with, we'll let him have it with both barrels. I guess that would be the appropriate way of saying that. There's your toilet. Yeah. Okay. Xcomer says you can't use red ink in pens. Oh, that's not so much anymore. But it used to be a superstition in Korea that it was kind of like red ink would be like a curse. So like if you wrote someone's name in red ink, you were cursing them or whatnot. But it's just kind of like any ingrained superstition, like black cats walking under ladders, things like that we would have elsewhere. But it's just that deal that if you write, it used to be really offensive if you wrote someone's name in red ink, because not because you believed the superstition, but because that's what the superstition dealt with. So yeah, I mean, even today, I feel weird if I have to use a red pen to write somebody's name. I mean, you can write anything you want in red pen. It's just specifically culturally unacceptable to write names in pen. So there we go. That's that. But now we want to get into Steve. What do we know about Steve? We know he's a disgruntled parent. And again, I get that he wants this information. I get this. But, come on. Shut up. Let the police do their job. I don't care what you think about the job they're doing. Keep it to yourself because you're not helping. Legendary Racing says the guy probably came back after Thanksgiving break to avoid suspicion. At least I would, but I have zero experience in murdering people. Yeah, that's possible. All right. Let's bring up this article about Steve. I got things to say about Steve. Idaho murders. Kaylee Gonkeff's father believes the suspect chose to go upstairs to potentially target victims. Thanks, buddy. Oh, come on. Now what? Get back there. Brittney GRINER. Shut up, Brittney. Leave Brittney alone. Moscow, Idaho. The father of one of the four University of Idaho students who were killed in their off-campus home on November 13th believes his daughter and her best friend may have been targeted based on the perpetrator's suspected entry and exit point. Stephen Gonkeff's father of the deceased 21-year-old Kaylee Gonkeff's on Sunday morning told Fox and Friends that the suspect's alleged entry and exit point through a sliding glass door or window on the second floor of the home, which meets a hill on the ground level of the backyard, are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Great. Shut up. People were suspecting them of that, but there was an equally valid chance that they may have been coming through the first floor door. But now, again, you're telling the bad guy or the bad girl, whoever had performed these murders, assuming it wasn't one of the two survivors, which they said they've ruled out, but hey, I'm a lawyer, I don't rule anything out. You're telling them that you may have left fingerprints, footprints, other things around that area. Now you have to be extra careful. So they're cluing them in that they're narrowing down how you got in the house. Idiot. Gonkeff's and her childhood's best friend, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, were found dead on the third floor of the Moscow, Idaho residence around noon on November 13th, while victim Xana Kernodle and her boyfriend, 20-year-old Ethan Chapin, were found on the second floor. I'm not a professional. Yeah, we know that. So I want to specify that. Yeah, we know that, Steve. You're not a professional. Leave the damn statements up to the professionals because that's why they call them professionals. They know what to say. They know what not to say. But they've said the entry point was a slider or the window, the sliding door or the window. It was the middle floor. So to me, he doesn't have to go upstairs, Gonkeff said. His entry and exit are available without having to go upstairs or downstairs. Looks like he probably may not have gone downstairs. We don't know that for sure, but he obviously went upstairs. So I'm using logic that he chose to go up where he didn't have to. How about you use logic and shut the fuck up, Steve? Huh? Maybe he didn't have a ladder to go through the third floor window and he wanted to target them. Maybe he just got a bloodlust after doing the people in the second floor. We don't know what order these happened in, and your stupid speculation isn't helping anything. His daughter's text messages sent before the attack revealed to Gonkeff's that she was not in fear at the time. So I'm just putting the dots together. Your brain is a fucking dot, Steve. As far as the investigators, they're very tight-lipped. Why? Why do you think so? Figure it out, Steve. Figure out why they're being tight-lipped. They're probably being tight-lipped for a damn good reason. As far as the investigators, they're very tight-lipped, and they're keeping everything close to their vest. And I understand that. If you understand that, keep your fucking mouth shut. How about that, Steve? If you understand they're doing it, why don't you just follow their lead? And I'm probably not the right person to share all these things with. Yeah, clearly, Clearly they made a mistake telling you these things because you go flapping your gums to the rest of the fucking world and letting out all the investigation, interrogation secrets, if you'll want to call them that, out to the guy who's probably paying attention to dumb fucks like you, Steve. So I'm just trusting that their case is super tight. They don't have a case yet. You're giving the killer clues as to what and or who they're looking for. If they don't get a case, you need to look at whether you are responsible for them not being able to find or identify the person who committed these murders, because you can't keep your goddamn mouth shut, Steve. And they don't really need to reach out to the community, and all that evidence is right here in that home. They don't really need to reach out to the community. They're reaching out to the community. All the evidence is there? Not really. Where's the knife? Is that in the house? Is the knife located in the house? Well, that's evidence, isn't it? Maybe they need to reach out to the community to find if someone sold a big ass fucking knife to someone recently. Maybe they need to reach out to the community to find if someone found a big fucking knife somewhere recently. Maybe they need to reach out to the community to see if people saw something recently. You, Steve, are a fuckwit. Plot twist, it was Steve, says Legendary Racing. That would require some serious 4D chess. I don't think Steve has it in him to play that level of 4D chess. The Moscow Police Department has maintained that the quadruple homicide 3 weeks ago, now 4, was an isolated targeted attack, but again, it's unclear whether it was the residents or the victims that were targeted, or one of the victims. All 4 victims were stabbed to death and had been stabbed multiple times, while only some victims had defensive wound. Again, we don't know what some means. It could be 2, could be 3, could be 4. I'm just, again, logically assuming that some means more than 1 to the police. The grieving father said he can't specify whether he believes his daughter or any of the other victims were targets of the attack. Listen to this fuckstain. Listen to this dim-witted mofo here. I asked for permission to do just that. Permission to do what? He asked for permission to say whether he believes his daughter or any of the other victims were targets of the attack. And the police said no. He literally asked the police if he can tell the public that it was his daughter, whether or not it was his daughter and her friend who were targeted. Dude really wants to say dumb shit out in public. And the police said no. And then he gives this beautiful line: I probably over-disclosed information that they wish I wouldn't have said. Here he's saying he knows. He is saying more than he's supposed to. More than the people that are investigating the fucking murder of his daughter want people to know. He's revealing stuff they don't want revealed. That's an irresponsible fucking parent as far as I'm concerned. But the story's going cold. Just because they're not sharing new information doesn't mean it's going cold. There's less people coming to Moscow, and I'm not going to sleep in my bed knowing that I could get up and I could go to town and I could do something, and I'm not going to go away. I hate to be a pain. I don't think so. You want to be the center of attention here, Steve. You want to be seen as that guy. That's clear. You're the one giving interviews. You're the one that are making these statements. You don't want to be just miscellaneous and unnoticed. You want to be part of this. You want to be hero dad. I get it to a certain degree, but you've got to shut the fuck up. I hate to be a pain, but as a father, I just can't even sleep thinking I could be doing something. Well, you doing something could be harming this investigation much more than helping. Goncalves also want the police to... Fuck me. Goncalves also wants the police to share the alibis of certain individuals. Again, this goes back to a couple of things. One, just because they say someone has an alibi and was cleared, publicly doesn't mean that privately the police actually believe that. Maybe they do. Maybe they believe it. But as I said earlier, maybe they're just telling the public that this guy's alibis are legit to make that guy make mistakes, to make him relax, make him think he's off the hook. We don't know. But now he wants to share the alibis of individuals. Just share the alibi, he said. If you're not sharing an alibi, to me, it tells me you're not 100% confident that it's going to stick. Maybe that's the fucking point, Steve. Maybe that's it. Maybe they don't want it to stick. Maybe they want to think the guy is off the hook and out in the clear. Maybe that's the point. Maybe, Steve, that's exactly why they're not releasing the alibis. Just let the guy think, oh, they told everybody I had an alibi. It's not me. They don't need to say what the alibi is. Oh, Joe Blow was here, doing this with so-and-so at the time. Because then all you fucking internet keyboard warriors that think you're helping this investigation, you all go and pile on. And he knows that, because he's probably seen documentaries like Don't Fuck with Cats on Netflix. He knows that as soon as his alibi gets out there, a bunch of you keyboard warriors are going to go hard on it, and you're going to start checking out every single thing he says, and he knows that he's going to get caught because he lied in his alibi. Maybe the police just want him to think that he has an alibi. God, Steve pisses me off. If they're not sharing an alibi, that is a very good chance that they don't want the guy to release the details of his alibi. The father went on to describe Kaylee as a hard worker and a Punky Brewster type girl. We missed out on a really smart person. University of Idaho students left campus. Police have yet to announce any motive. Hi, Yoda. Welcome. Go play with your bone somewhere else. Steve. Steve, you gotta keep your mouth shut. Now, P. Willie, I'm just assuming you're talking about this investigation. It's perfectly balanced. It's going beautifully. Put pressure on the wrong piece. It goes off the table and you never get it back. I don't know what this analogy is about, but it fits this case here perfectly. Yeah, Turbo Goat says in all caps, because apparently he means it. Hurt my kids and I'll do whatever I see fit, and there's nothing a pig can do about it but become hog feed on my farm. Really? Okay, come on. Yeah, no. If I get the guy, that might be a different story. But if you do something, could you live with that, knowing that if they never catch these people, an act of bravado on your part, wanting to release information out to the public, leaking the wrong information that allows this person to get away with it and never be found, could you live with it knowing that your stupid bullshittery was probably the reason the killer got away? I couldn't live with that. You can do things without fucking advertising it to the world. Let's clear a few super chats, wrap up the Idaho story, and then move on to the other ranty bits. Xcomer Triple Z says, won't mention Haishindong then. Oh, Haishindong is a big sex park. That's great. It's like a giant park just full of dildos. But let's not derail the conversation here. Pinochet's helicopter tours. I kind of like Angry Vices or the Law Racks of Rage. That's why I captioned this thing, the Law Racks' Law Rants. It's the end of the fucking stressful week at the office and I need to vent. So I'm venting. Deborah Breeden, number 6 of 7 only girl, delighted hearing Jeff trash Steve. Could you think Steve and give me 15 seconds each on Mike, Larry, and 2 or 3 on Bob bullies? I don't even know what that means. I'm sorry. Mike, Larry, and 2 or 3 on Bob. You guys suck too. I don't know who you are, but you guys suck too. I'm sorry, Deborah. I don't know what that is. I don't know Mike, Larry, and Bob. Yeah. Flux. Come on, Steve. Exactly. You're awfully worked up about Steve. Any trips to Idaho recently? Oh, I try to avoid Idaho, but unfortunately, that's where all of my dad's relatives live. It's like all of my aunts and cousins, except for one, live. So I live right next to Idaho. I don't live there. My hometown, Logan, Utah, is right next to Idaho, like 25 miles away. Well, we know they're looking for a white Kia Elantra. We know that the police are starting to focus on the movements of Xana and her boyfriend, Ethan, because they went to the frat house at like 9 p.m. and they left around 1:45 EM every morning. I don't know. They were in the frat house from about 9 p.m. to about 1:45 a.m. But we don't really know what happened during that time period. So that's one area the police don't have a lot of information about. What was happening during that part of the investigation? So they're kind of looking at that. They're focusing on that little bit of information. What are they doing? Did they leave the party? Did they come back? Did they go somewhere else? What's happening? They're trying to fill in those gaps right now. So we'll have to see how those go. I'm just sending a message here to Ozzy. All right. Let's hope some things happen. I mean, I mentioned they towed the 5 cars away on the 19th. Right around the 19th of November, they towed the 5 cars away. Well, I guess it was last week they towed the cars away. So like 2 weeks after the killing, they moved their cars to a secure facility. I think that was a mistake on the part of the police. I mean, it could be an oversight. It could be a timing thing. I know they searched the vehicles. They mentioned that they'd searched the vehicles, but they didn't tow them away until after 2 weeks. So they've been snowed on. People have been in the area, I guess, for 2 weeks. A lot of things to be happening. And speaking of the Ozfest 2022 was a... You don't really want to hear about your sound not being active. You're muted. Yes, I'm serious. You're lucky I can read lips, so I know you said that. No, you're literally muted. I'm not joking. I just read your lips, so I'm serious. And while Ozzy unfucks himself here, I'll just be smiling while I tell you that he lit. There you go. It's extra funny he was muted because he spent literally 2 hours on a stream working on his audio issue, so it makes it extra funny.
Yeah, and you know what's hilarious? The whole time that I spent actually unfucking my audio, I deleted half of my video scenes, so I just had to spend another hour recreating them.
Oh.
Yep.
So have you been listening to my rants?
Yes, I have. I saw it.
Good. I was worked up.
I'd give you a chance for your blood pressure to come down slightly. But
what do you think? Give me your comments, especially on fuckstained Steve.
Steve's a fuckwit, honestly. Like, if you are doing whatever you can to make sure that the person gets away, Steve, you're doing a bang-up job, okay? Honestly. But what an absolute fucking nightmare to have someone like that. It's just... But let's face it, you covered it with the rant.
What? Come on, Steve, as Flux said. American Dreamer says, Jeff, please go over what the others heard again. Thanks. The others heard nothing. And that's actually one thing that I wanted to mention was, let me get through these super chats and then I'll mention this thing about hearing shit. One, Farron Balance. Thank you, Farron, for the super chat. Good morning. Don't forget the Unexplained tonight on Hannah Franz's channel. Go look for Hannah Franz, Farron's sister. Make sure you subscribe to her channel because we're getting our Unexplained on a little bit later. Link to set a notification. YouTube, watch, here it is. Have a great show, Vices and Ozzy. We are going to be, Farron, Hannah, and we're going to be doing the Unexplained on Hannah's channel. So make sure you get over there. It's 10:30 a.m. my time, I think is when it was. Or 11:30. 11:30 my time, so 9:30 a.m. Eastern time in the U.S. is when we're going to be doing the Unexplained. And even I don't know what the subject is yet, but thank you so much for bringing that to the attention, Farron. Everybody, Hannah Franz, YouTube channel, subscribe, come tomorrow morning and watch the Unexplained. All right, let me clear some of these. Bo, Larry, Mike, Steve, Jeff, Deborah, and Kevin. Thank you. I still don't know who these people are, Deborah. Who are Bo, Larry, Mike, Steve, Jeff, Deborah, and Kevin? Are they people from Home Alone? Is that where Kevin's from? I don't know. Deborah, you're making me feel dumb here. Come on, Ozzy. What was the hour for? Says Stephanie.
It was a friggin' waste of my time, I'm not going to lie. But thank you for everyone that stuck around and watched me boomer the shit out of it.
And now Corn Pope says, I'm having the worst day ever. I'm mad, tired AF, and cranky as hell. Thanks for making my day just a smidge better. You rock, Jeff. You're the best YouTuber. Well, Hayden is here too, so let's throw us in together, and you should have a bajillion followers. Well, someday. Someday we will. And I just want to know why my monitor is flashing and acting glitchy, because I don't like that. It's only my StreamYard. Anyway, fuck StreamYard. All right.
Face. I don't know what that means.
Now, this is where a good piece of information comes from here. Oh, I guess I just have to bring up a news story and it stops my screen from flickering. Who knew? Idaho murders former first floor tenant of Moscow home says he couldn't hear activity from other floors. Now, the first floor house is part of the original structure. The outside parts of the second and third floor are add-ons. So I'm thinking there's some insulation or some concrete going on there that deadened the sound, but go away. First on Fox, Moscow, Idaho. A former tenant of the Moscow, Idaho home where 4 University of Idaho students were murdered on November 13th says it was difficult to hear activity on the second and third floors of the home from the first where he lived. Ryan Augusta, a healthcare worker and local business owner who now lives in Genesee, Idaho, told Fox News Digital in an interview that he lived on the first floor of the home and on King Road in 2019. Unless his roommate was playing the television loudly on the second floor, he typically heard nothing from the second and third floors. I wouldn't have heard it from downstairs, Augusta, 43, said when asked whether he could hear activity coming from the second or third floors because of the house when he lived on the first floor. So yeah, this is the house here, and the back part is an addition, is what I understand. But at the time of the November quadruple homicide, there were 6 tenants listed on the lease, and the 6th person moved out before all this happened. So they were scratched off the list. The house has 3 floors. Each floor has 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The first floor has a door accessible from the driveway, and the second floor has a sliding door accessible from the ground and back patio area because the house was built on a slope in the backyard. Augusta, a U.S. Army veteran, why that's important, I'm not sure, said he didn't know of any crime in the area while he lived there. Yeah, it's Moscow, Idaho. There's not going to be a whole bunch of crime. Maybe someone stole a 6-pack of beer from the local grocery store, but that's kind of your usual thing. And then it just kind of goes on.
If that happens, I just get a slap on the wrist and say, "Don't do it again." So
yeah,
moving on.
Right. Well. Apparently nobody likes my rant. I lost 2 subscribers during that rant. 3 subscribers during the rant. Sorry for getting all upset, people. We're just getting started. Let me make sure if we've got here. I've missed some super chats. Let's see, at least one, which is Pinochet's helicopter tours. I was in the Massachusetts National Guard and was activated for the marathon bombing. Wow. Damn. I remember Zealous Media released photos of the wrong suspects. Yeah. You don't want to be doing that. I mean, God, just let the people do their jobs. And by the way, if Farron, if you're still here, I want to say thank you to Farron. Farron was the one that clued me into the fact that the personal driver may have been one of the sorority sober sisters that I mentioned earlier on before. We don't know if it was Lyft. We don't know if it was Uber, whatever. But it was Farron that suggested that the Greeks may have had their own personal designated driver. The Greek sororities. I wouldn't know. I didn't hang around any sorority chicks, and I just beat up fraternity guys. Introduce Steve to shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Steve.
Shut the fuck up Friday, Steve. Close your goddamn mouth.
Exactly. Now let's have a little palate cleanser. All right. For this palate cleanser, we need to go to court. We need to go to court for this palate cleanser. Let's look at someone who's actually been arrested. This guy is fun. Just a cleanser. Now, one of my good friends who lived here in Korea for quite a long time, then went back to law school, to my alma mater. He works in the prosecutor's office in Clark County there in Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude must have some stories.
Oh, it's fun. Yeah, he's quite funny. I hung out with him a bit there in the last vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear, poor cops. When you're too drunk in Vegas, you stay in Vegas.
When you're too drunk in Vegas, you wake up in a bush.
Yeah. Well, but I hope you paid for it. Speaking of paying for Bush, let's go to our next story. There we go. Let's pay for this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our next story.
I'm going to need a minute.
It's time out for Ozzy. He's doing it down under.
It was a bad time for me to think that I should go and get some cough medicine, but you know what? I'm going to stay on camera for this.
Yeah, this is our next story talking about paying for Bush. This is Courtney CLENNEY. This is Courtney CLENNEY, the OnlyFans murderer. Or excuse me, this is what she used to look like recently. I'm sorry. This is what Courtney CLENNEY looks like now. Yes, this is the same woman, the exact same woman. Right here, right now.
Oh, dear God.
Ladies and germs, don't buy into the makeup shit. We can even enhance the resolution so you can see the zits and pimples more clearly. There you go. There's your OnlyFans model. How's that taste, all you degenerates that paid to see her do inexplicable things with other people? Yeah, this is what OnlyFans models look like when they get popped and they don't have access to filters, to photo editing and makeup and other things. Yeah, well, this is your Courtney CLENNEY.
She wouldn't have a skincare regime. She wouldn't have any of that. So the other reasons why her face is breaking out in the middle of prison. So this is what she would look like if you were married to her, gents.
Yeah, this is what you'd go to bed with what you think is the OnlyFans model, and that's who you wake up with in them every morning. Not that there's anything wrong with someone who looks like this when that's what the fuck they looked like when you went to sleep. This is why I don't like women that wear makeup, too much makeup, because I want to wake up with the same person I went to sleep with. I don't want to wake up in the morning and roll and go, who the fuck are you? But yeah. This is Courtney CLENNEY, OnlyFans model, accused of murdering her boyfriend by stabbing him in the chest. And Deborah Breeden says 5 older brothers, sisters of wheelchair bank robber. 5 older brothers and sisters of the wheelchair bank robber. Well, see, now that begs the question, Deborah. Who's the wheelchair bank robber? Okay, I get there's a story here. I swear to God, you don't have to send me any more super chats about this topic. You can send me super chats about a different topic, but I'm writing it down now. I'm researching the wheelchair bank robber. Okay, wheelchair bank robber. Done. Thank you for clarifying. But yes, this is Courtney CLENNEY, our delightful OnlyFans model. Well, what happened to her? Yeah, she stabbed her boyfriend once in the chest. She said she threw it like, not even like a knife thrower would throw it. She threw it like a spear from 10 feet away, and it sunk 3 inches into his chest and accidentally killed him. That's her story, and she's sticking to it. But her trial was supposed to start on the 19th, next week. Ish. 19th next week? I don't know. I don't have a calendar in front of me. Whatever the 19th is, that's when it was supposed to start. 2 weeks?
I think.
Like 10 days, something like that. Yeah, whatever the next Monday.
Monday week.
A week from Monday is when it was supposed to start. But she wants out of prison. She wants to get out of prison on bond. She's charged with second-degree murder with a deadly weapon. But yet she thinks she's getting out of jail on a bond. Now, Florida, I don't know, how does bonding work in Australia? Not the Bondi thing, the actual jail bond.
Yeah, very funny.
Bondi Beach, the best show ever.
Yeah, ironically, not the best beach ever.
Probably not.
There are much nicer beaches than Bondi, particularly when they're not packed with tourists and that sort of thing. Bonds, pretty much along the same lines. You've got your major bond, post 10%. Usually you're putting up collateral like a house or something to get out. They are way too lenient in terms of the bonds at the moment. I mean, we've had multiple people that have been out on bail that have committed crimes and whatnot. I rant and rave half the time with my news articles because it's almost always someone that's out on bail that's, murdered someone else or burnt down a house or, whatever else. It drives me nuts.
Do you have an automatic right to bond in Australia?
I don't believe
Well,
so,
first of all,
no.
is every province different? Is every state different? I guess not province. Is every state different in Australia, or?
Yeah, every state has their own bail laws. It's not
Okay.
It's
So
not at a
like
federal level or anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, look, in terms of federal crimes, it probably is the same across all the states, but each individual state for state law, for state crimes, yes, it's individual. I know specifically here in Victoria, I think so in the magistrate's court, they will deal with it at the committal hearing, whether or not it is a summary offence or an indictable offence able to be heard summarily. The magistrate will either refer it off to the county court for a proper bail hearing, or they will remand them then and there.
Okay, like in the state, Florida is an interesting state because they have a automatic right to bail unless it fits in a very, very narrow category of crimes. I used to know what they were off the top of my head when this first started, but I've forgotten, and I'm not going to speculate. But I mean, there's a certain few, only a certain few, where you don't have an automatic right to bail, and I mean, like murder is one of them. But still, so I mean, if it doesn't fit in, you just have a right to bail. They'll set the bail, and you get to pay it. But for something like murder, they can still give you bail if you can meet essentially two criteria. One, you're not a flight risk, and two, you're not a danger to the community. Well, she tried to, at her bond hearing, which her bond hearing lasted 2 days. And they're usually like 15 minutes.
What?
Yeah. Her bond hearing was 2 days.
Hearing.
Yeah.
Is this just because Daddy got in there and he was trying to say, "Oh, I'll post everything for her"? Because I've heard jokes about him being a pimp.
Her father is her financial manager. Her dad was managing her porn money. Dad was watching his daughter fuck people on film.
Yep.
That's
sorry,
fucking
Daddy,
wrong.
10% of jail time is nothing.
He's trying to make the argument at the bail hearing that she's not a flight risk because she doesn't have any money. And among his arguments were she made several large transfers of money to my accounts. So he may have confessed to money laundering, but at very least he said, "Oh, well, I still have the money." And even if he didn't have the money, even if he somehow blew all this money, all she's got to do is flip that camera on again, start banging, and she's making money.
Mm-hmm.
She can literally fuck off to Cuba somewhere. If she doesn't have a dime to her name, some idiot, some simp out there would put her on a boat and take her to Cuba, which is just like 90 miles away, or somewhere else that doesn't have an extradition treaty with the U.S. She doesn't have to come back. She can make money and remillionize herself again. And that's so by saying, oh, she doesn't have this money, may have actually just kind of done more harm to her case than good, and not a danger to the community. We know she stabbed her boyfriend to death or threw a knife at him to death, but also she had previously stabbed him in the leg.
Mm-hmm.
And rumor has it she was dating a Mr. Olympia before him. Rumor has he was married with children, and she was the other woman. Rumor has it that she gave him an uppercut and shattered Mr. Olympia's jaw. So I don't think she's very, very good on the grounds of not being a public danger.
Yeah,
Dad is the original simp. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. As D-Way says, ew.
That's in a very
Ew.
specific category on certain porn sites. That's
Yeah. Ocean's Way says, is this person trans? Nope. Not at all.
No, but if you squint, doesn't she sort of look like Kevin Spacey?
I'm not squinting. I'm not even going to squint. I'm not even going to squint. And I know, all right, all you degenerates, you know, you just squinted to see. I'm not even going to do that. Oh, she called him daddy. Ew. I need another drink of this delicious gin and tonic.
Another palate cleanser. I mean, what I was going to say is, in terms of the whole thing about her not being a danger to the public and the flight risk, I mean, if her argument is that she threw this knife like a spear at this particular guy, isn't she doing herself a disservice saying, well, hang on, it wasn't like, I wasn't literally trying to kill him. This is more something that I might do to somebody else?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Well,
Lorax had a fur ball. I squinted, and yes, I see Kevin Spacey.
Oh, good. Not just me.
Can we go back to the OnlyFans pick, please? Nope. What we're going to see here is the judge giving the decision on her bond hearing. I did this very quickly last night in the middle of the night. I was sleepy. I was groggy. Gin and tonic is the Lorax transitioning. No, but I started out with a Negroni, so I'm keeping the gin theme going for the night. If like just a map nailed to the wall was here throwing whiskey shots at me, then of course I would be drinking the delicious whiskeys I have lined up here next to me. Last I saw him, he was on.
He's over on memes trying to kill memes liver.
Yeah, I know. I'm assuming he's coming over here after, but I hope. I have liver to kill.
Depends how long it takes meme to down that entire bottle.
Yeah, I asked Josh to come on over, but we'll see. All right, so we're going to look at the judge's decision on her bond hearing, on her motion to be released. And as I said, it's second-degree murder. You just don't normally let people that are accused of killing other people roam the streets waiting for their trial. But let's see what the judge here has to say. We're starting this in the middle of the bond hearing, in the middle of the bond judgment hearing, or decision hearing, whatever you want to call it, because she just spent the first 10 minutes crying, talking to her lawyers. I just wanted to start it with this beautiful picture of her here. All righty. This is the end of the bond hearing. Well, the beginning and the end. The decision came much more quicker than the 2-day bond hearing itself.
She's disputing the cocaine case. I have another.
And the audio is really shitty, of course, because it's a court case, so it's always going to be shitty. So I'll boost it up to 600%.
Case I can rely on. That would be F18-20035, where this defendant was sentenced convicted of 1
I'm just saying that if that can turn into the woman that we saw in the first photo, no woman should ever be single. If it only takes a certain amount of effort, like seriously.
Yep.
How?
All right, let's fast forward a bit here. That's her father. That's her pimp dad.
Oh God. He's
And
watching
pimp
his cash
mom.
cow go away. Pimp mom.
Yeah, yeah mom's digging for gold.
Wonder how much that bag's worth.
Yeah. This is just some OnlyFans dude who's just like there.
All these people looking away from the camera like, we don't want to be seen in this.
All right, here we go. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, everybody. Fuck me. That was loud.
So it wasn't too bad on our end.
Did you see that
thank you
Hayden's
for
mom
bringing that
stopped
up.
by chat last night and say hi to all of us? It was awesome. I missed it. All right, here we go.
Yes, Sean. Kathleen Hogan,
Thanks,
Captain
Flux.
State of Florida. Mr. Sean Adenhoff had to be in another courtroom on a different sentencing matter, but he is also a member of our team.
And good morning, Khalil. On behalf of the state of Florida.
Yes, good morning, Judge. Frank Ritt, on behalf of Courtney CLENNEY, F22-14137.
Considering for Lucy.
Tricia Larry Hanford on behalf of the Southern family who's present before the court.
And Judge, Your Honor, should order the state's motion for pretrial release. It's pretrial detention. Thank you.
Judge, I apologize for...
Now, did y'all miss that?
Yes.
That's how quickly it happened. That was
Are you
it.
serious?
Yep.
And Judge.
That's right. And she just said right there, I'm just going to deny the motion.
You're just denying it. Yeah, okay.
Yep. She's just looking through going, yeah, I read everything and I'm just going to deny the motion. Done.
Days for a 5-second judgment.
Yep.
Nice,
That was literally, yeah.
Nice job, Dodge.
That was it. Yep. Just denying it. But that doesn't stop the defense from trying to convince the judge that she should really not deny their motion.
Oh, yeah, that's going to go well.
Can we turn your mics down so we can turn the volume up? Well, we're going to let this play through here and then we'll talk.
And Judge, Your Honor, should order the state's motion for pretrial release. It's pretrial detention. Thank you.
Judge, I apologize for running late this morning. I was since I informed the court I was stuck in federal court. I did have a brief moment to review Your Honor's order. I just wanted to point out, I think on page 4 of Your Honor's ruling, you indicated that the defendant had ample means to leave the jurisdiction. However, I think that was negated by bank records and testimony of Mr. CLENNEY.
Yeah, so here they're saying, "Oh no, you said here that she has means to flee the jurisdiction." But her father said she didn't. That's literally the
I
defense.
love the look on the judge's face. She's like, "Do I really have to put up with more of this bullshit?"
that
Totally
is
zoned out.
Yeah, this whole thing, you can't hear the judge, OMG. That's the thing. Literally the only person in this courtroom that's not using a microphone is the judge, weirdly enough. But yeah, that's well, her father said she doesn't have any money. I don't think the judge buys that.
It's literally the equivalent of Milhouse going, but my mom says I'm cool.
Exactly.
No one gives a fuck. You're going to jail. Deal with it.
But he sticks to this point. He continues here.
The court indicated she had millions of dollars at her disposal and the ability to make money outside the jurisdiction, but the testimony was that her contract had been canceled. She's not.
Her contract with OnlyFans has been canceled, so therefore she can never, ever, ever make money ever, ever again. I think is that how that argument goes.
Oh, bullshit. 30 minutes with a website builder and a connection to Stripe, and she's back up and running.
Yeah, because OnlyFans canceled her account.
Yeah, because OnlyFans is literally the only way to get that sort of material out there. Like, there are no other websites at all.
None. There's no other way ever. Yeah. And again, the judge hasn't changed her position. What part of no didn't you understand, guys? Can we move it along? I got a full fucking docket of these stupid bond hearings today. Can we move it along?
Working, and all those monies were used for attorney's fees, the home purchase, and she basically is bereft of any kind of funds that would allow her to survive.
Meanwhile, she's totally bereft of funds. She doesn't have a goddamn dime to her poor OnlyFans name, but the apartment she was living in where she got all Stabarella on her boyfriend was $10,000 a month.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. Her apartment was $10,000 a month. But
where was that?
She has no money.
It's Florida,
in Florida.
So
yeah, in Palm Beach. Palm Beach, I think.
Okay. That sort of makes sense.
Yeah. Good morning, Pam.
Hello.
Yeah, so she doesn't have any money, but somehow she's living in a $10,000 a month apartment. Yeah.
And see, what I...
Nope. Yep.
I was just going to say, what I'd be curious to know is, in terms of being paid by OnlyFans, is it similar to like streaming content? I mean, does she potentially have a payday next month for last month's sort of efforts? Like her contract's been terminated, but she should still be getting paid for work that she's done for the previous months.
Yeah. Well, let's find out. Let's start. I mean, not together, obviously, but you know, let's start OnlyFans pages and see how long it takes to get paid.
Okay.
The issue, all those cases that Your Honor cited that she did not comport with orders of release for the Las Vegas misdemeanor, all those cases were dismissed, and we know.
Oh yeah, she also had she was charged with, I believe, a DUI in Texas, an assault on her boyfriend in Las Vegas, again Las Vegas, and it was either a DUI or an assault in California. And his argument is, well, those were all dismissed, so she doesn't have a reason to flee anywhere. Well, they were probably dismissed because it's no longer important to try someone for a DUI when they've just been arrested for murdering their boyfriend. You know?
Exactly. Why would you waste the resources? Free up the courts for some other random bullshit that's going on.
Dragon's Treasure says, walrus prawn, when? Never. Oh, God. Degenerate.
No, at least in this jurisdiction, it's commonplace that if an offender picks up a new charge, called no bond.
Mind you, Christmas is coming up. You could make a buttload of money as Santa.
A return to the previous bond conditions. So, you know, we're just wanted to point out some of the issues that we're having. We'll consult together as co-counsel and decide where we go from here. But obviously, we, for the record, will object to Your Honor's ruling, and we'll see where we go from here.
The only thing I also wanted to point out was Your Honor stated that you didn't feel.
Okay, this is a stupid justification here too, and not Rose. Welcome everyone. Don't forget to hit this. I haven't done we're like 2 hours in and I haven't grifted here. 869 concurrent viewers. Hey everybody, welcome. 503 likes. Thank you very much for liking this, but we should be up to 870 likes because we have at least 870 concurrent viewers. Get down there, hit that like button, and while you're on down there, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already done that as well, because you're here, you're watching this, you like this, so subscribe to the channel so you can see more of it. That makes sense. And while you're at it, go over to Ozzy Overlord and make sure you subscribe to him too, because he deserves it. Where are we in the Christmas wish? The sub Christmas
very
wish.
good question. Let me double check for anyone that doesn't know. If we make it to 10,000 subs before Christmas, Santa and singing Australian Christmas carols, along with other mixed karaoke.
Ooh. And if he gets 10,000 subscribers by Christmas, I will do the same and sing Christmas carols in Korean on his stream.
Well, there you go. I'm going to hold you to that. And if you don't want that to happen, you got to get me to 15K subs.
So there we go. If Hayden gets to 10,000, I will dress up like Santa and sing Korean Christmas carols on his stream.
Lovely.
What's your number?
We are currently sitting at 8,461.
Okay.
Somehow in the last 2 hours, I've lost 3 subs.
Good for you. I've lost like 7 in the last hour and a half. People like my ranties. They don't like my ranties. Yes, King Bob says Steph hit 50K yesterday. I know. So that's why I got to get on with the Popcorn Planet and get some of those 750,000 subscribers that he's got. Steph's great. Steph, if you're listening, we love you and you're here. And I'm sorry you have to. Oh no, you're not working. Steph, the altar nerd, is going to her concert. That's what she's doing today. Hope I'm not outing you to your office or anything. She's going to Alter Bridge.
10 to 3 in the afternoon. She could well be listening.
Yeah, if you're on your way to Alter Bridge, rock on. And Dragon's Treasure says, Legal Vices says what he does because he's a cock. Simps rise up. The cock impression ends today. Well, I think also the tea promotion ends today, apparently. There used to be this guy named the Dragon's Treasure that I used to like and used to have a good promo deal with. But apparently not anymore. But, make sure you go visit Dragon's Treasure Tea and use code Vices for a discount as long as you can. Eric Folmes, yes, Alter Bridge, the band. That is where Steph derives her name, Steph the Alter Nerd. She is the largest Alter Bridge fan on planet Earth. So that's where the altar in Steph the Alter Nerd's name comes from.
Fair enough.
All
And guys,
right.
I'm going to make it as easy as I possibly can for you. I'm going to throw a link in chat. Literally, all you have to do is click on it, and it will automatically subscribe you to my channel. It could not be simpler.
I didn't write
Yes,
that
I've got to
down
show you
last
how to
time.
do that.
Yeah, I didn't write that down last time, how you can tell me to trick people into subscribing to my channel.
What's not a trick? It's more just,
But see, when you said that explains how every time I go and look at my subscriptions, I have like 185 people I've subscribed to, and I'm like, who the fuck are these people? I've never subscribed to them. So now I know. But yeah, we need to do that. All right. Oh, Big Daddy Jeff Vices cantando Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Yeah, that's what we need to do. All right. Anywho, back to our regularly scheduled bond hearing. Now they're going to make an argument that they thought this would be persuasive to the judge. This would make the judge go, oh, never mind. We'll give her bond. I don't think so.
Oh, hell no.
Having her released on house arrest to her parents in Texas. There is a potential.
She's charged with murder in Florida. Please let her go to mommy and daddy's house in a different state. Oh, sure. We'll let her leave the jurisdiction. That'll help us get her back here into the jurisdiction when we need her to be tried for murder. Oh, my God.
That'll do it.
Spoiler alert, it doesn't, but they try something else.
Alternative that we did look into. There is an inpatient treatment program in Boca. It's called Karen Mental Health. We've spoken with the administrator there. It is a
Did you hear that? A treatment program. If you don't want her to send her to Texas in a different state.
Karen Karen Mental Health. We've spoken with the administrator there. It is a 10-bed, 60-day inpatient program.
You can send her to Boca Raton to go to an inpatient thing.
Release conditions. She could be released on home confinement there with electronic monitoring, ensuring that she stays in this jurisdiction nearby. She's monitored.
Like literally sending her to rehab in state was the second alternative behind sending her to a different state to live with people who are actively interested in protecting her.
Monitored by the Miami-Dade Community Corrections Department on home confinement and would, I think, hopefully alleviate some of the court's concerns. So I don't have the program here today to be able to speak to you, but I could arrange
Cheers,
another
everyone.
date where we bring in the administrator to answer any questions or concerns the court has.
Yeah. Oh, I don't have the details of the facility, but you know, I can tell you later if that'll help. This is sad. I'm sending Josh Meme Copium a message asking him if he's drunk yet.
He was drunk an hour ago.
Join us. Sorry, can't hear you. I'm just typing. Sorry. Can't hear your response. Can't hear your response. Just typing. Bye. All right. Oh, Max is there. Max is, well, I say Max is drunk, but Max is always drunk. All right. Anywho, we don't really need to watch any more of this because the judge just basically goes, yeah, no. That was
as well she should.
Yeah. The judge is just like, yeah, no. Anyway, as we were saying, move along. Next case. And literally the next prosecutor for the next bond hearing is pushing these other guys out of the way. Like, all right, it's my turn. Get out of here. So shocking news report. Courtney CLENNEY, the OnlyFans alleged murderess, is not getting out on bail pending trial. But as I said, the trial was supposed to start on October 19th. October 19th. The trial was supposed to start on December 19th. It's not happening on December 19th. Why? Because the judge said, is the defense ready to move ahead on the 19th? And the defense and the prosecution said no, and the defense also said no. Neither side is ready to proceed on the 19th. So the court said, let's reschedule, let's take the trial off the docket, and we will have a status hearing 60 days from now. And I believe they scheduled it for February 6th is the day they'll have a status hearing where they will say, where are we? How close are we to trial? Should we put it back on the calendar? And if they put it back on the calendar, you're looking at 1 or 2 months down the road. So we're looking at March or April at the absolute very least before this trial goes. Are Australian courts lenient that way? When they're like, okay, nobody's ready to go to trial, let's delay it.
Oh yeah, it's not even if it's a case of no one's ready to go to trial. If one side, I mean, I had a case where the hearing for something got pushed by 3 months. As in, they gave the other side a chance, a second chance, and then gave him a month's worth of chance to try and comply with some negotiated orders. And like that one's only just finished. that's been going since April.
Wow.
So
I just in memes chat, people are saying he's so drunk he's sick.
So I gotta have a quick look.
So come and make me drunk. Okay, that's what I typed. $100 super chats are real bitches. All right. Speaking of super chats, the DCV Titans. So the defense plan is our client is fucked in a. Let's see if we can get them out of the country. Yeah, kind of. And again, as it doesn't work. The judge doesn't fall for that one. Judge, says Magician Sapphire, thank you so much for the super chat. Please let her go to Texas. Pay no attention that it's a 5-minute jog from Mexico that has a difficult extradition process. No need to worry. Pretty much.
That'll do it.
Apparently Farron is coming on, so he can't leave. So we'll just get straight to the point.
And they're already blaming you for stealing me.
Just send maps. There we go. I don't care about Josh. Just send maps. Meme just hiccuped and snorted. Should we snipe his stream?
What? That was me.
Was that you? Okay. You snorted. Let's snipe Meme here just for a second.
Oh,
hang on.
gosh.
Let me bring this up here. We'll just see how Meme Copium. The reason we're doing this is I invited Meme Copium to come on my stream. He said he would as soon as he finished his, but apparently he's in absolutely no condition to come and join me for my rant. He's losing out on the legendary Legal Vices Ranty Friday because he's getting liquored up here.
He's literally got one eye open, people, and he looks like a bobblehead.
Yeah, let's see how we're looking here. We'll snipe him just for a second.
Max doesn't look much better.
So for those of you that don't know who Meme Copium is, he's a great guy in Japan, and they're playing a game.
I still can't believe they're trying to play Gardic Phone, trying to draw with that. Like that's
this is Meme Copium here. He's not looking good. I don't think he's coming on stream.
Yeah, hey buddy. Okay, I got some time now. Hold on.
I don't think Meme is coming on my stream.
Meme has an apple. Much.
And this is Max Mura down here, who's a legendary.
Oh, fucking hell.
I think you're almost out of here. Okay, so to do that.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay.
I don't.
That's a good question.
Playing Gardic Phone. I don't think Meme will be joining us on my channel.
No. I'm curious to see how bad the drawings get. Is the only thing. Like, don't sit through the whole thing. I can play it here, but I just want to see exactly how bad it.
All right. Well, we'll do this for like another 30 seconds, and we'll go. This is the palate cleanser before the next story. This is Meme Copium, who was supposed to be joining me after he was done. Ain't gonna happen. Just saying.
He's gone.
Oh.
You're hiccuping so much.
Cock Rocket Cowboy. I'm not waiting for this to be. He's gonna hurl.
No, what's going on? Drink some water.
I'm drinking water.
What did you just fall out of your chair? What happened?
All right. Meme Copium. I think it's safe to say that Meme Copium will not be joining Legal Vices for the Law Rax's Law Rants today. All right. Wait, I'm getting messages. I wonder if it's from someone we know. It's from Danny On. All right, Danny On just says, I was asleep. All right. I was, but I slept. Okay. All right. Hey, Danny, good morning.
Someone strapped a lightweight into his chair.
All righty. Anywho, that's where we are. Let's get to our next palate cleanser of the day. This happened in this is the dangers of having Zoom-based appearances in court.
Ooh.
Some people just don't give any fucks. And among the people that don't give any fucks are our next guy. This is our next guy here. He's the subject of a news story.
Well, a Dearborn man charged with ethnic intimidation shocked the court with his antics in a Zoom hearing for another case.
Sir, state your name for the record.
Plead the fifth.
I plead the fifth.
And that was just the beginning. Hassan Shoker was charged in Oakland County Monday for allegedly spewing anti-Semitic hate at Temple Bethel in Bloomfield Township Friday. Now, after seeing that, prosecutors in Wayne County filed an emergency motion to revoke his bond on a resisting arrest charge in their jurisdiction. Now, Shoker's mic was muted during Tuesday's Zoom hearing, but you can see him there. He's yelling, he's pointing as the prosecutor speaks, and then he really showed out.
Well, I'll just continue on to say that. And now he has removed his pants.
He just drops trow in court.
He really showed out.
Well, I'll just
And
continue
the
on to
judge
say that. The Dearborn police.
narrate.
And now he has removed his pants to show the court his backside. So I'm putting him in the waiting room.
And that, yes, was enough for Judge Regina Thomas. She revoked Shoker's bond in Wayne County just in case he was able to post $1 million bond.
He's got $1 million bond.
Was
he
gonna
shows
pull that
his
$1 million
ass.
out of his ass?
But see, I just like that. Like, he has $1 million cash bond. He literally has to put up $1 million in cash, not even the 10%.
10%.
He has to put up $1 million in cash. He's like, oh, you showed your ass. You can't even get out with $1 million. Anywho, so now let's move on. Let's move on to our next subject. I just
love that the judge took it in her stride. She's like, yeah, sure, this happens every other day.
Yeah, he's like, all right. There's another ass. Let's go. You seen one murderer's ass, you've seen another. Speaking of murderers, our rant is now. Oh, I forgot to do my rant. My rant is: A, don't let your daughter have sex on camera for money. And if she is, don't manage her finances and watch stuff. And 2, don't do it. And what are you thinking? All right, that was my Courtney CLENNEY rant. Speaking of murderers, those of you who are part of the Ride or Die Vices, the Vice Squad, you sat with me through a ridiculous trial the past 10, 11 days. The Juan David ORTIZ trial. Juan David ORTIZ trial should have been the most awesome fucking trial that's ever been put on the entire internet. Ever. But it distinctly wasn't. Hayden, did you follow any of that trial?
Fuck no, it was boring as shit. I caught highlights, and thank God, unlike a certain other content creator, I steered clear of that. Thank God for that.
It was because one of my lovely mods, Rose, suggested that we watch that trial. And reading about it, there is no reason this trial should have sucked. None whatsoever. I mean, how is this for a movie? This would be like a great whodunit movie. This would be a great movie. A Texas Border Patrol agent goes rogue. He's married, has children. He goes rogue. He starts hanging out with prostitutes. He decides, Charles Bronson style, that he has to clean up the streets. So he goes and he deletes 4 women of negotiable affections, 3 of whom are natural-born women. One of whom is a transgendered individual, male to female trans hooker, who he had relations with apparently at least long enough to decide to delete her. When he deletes them, he uses his service weapon issued to him and registered to him by the government of the United States of America. And not only does he use his service weapon, he uses the bullets that are loaded into his service weapon. The service bullets. He uses literally the easiest, most traceable bullets ever to delete these women. Boom to the back of the head. Then he doesn't clean up his spent shell casings. He leaves his brass laying around to be collected by other people. Then he dumps the body under bridges and overpasses and things where he doesn't really just go out to the middle of BF nowhere, Texas, and bury them. He just kind of leaves them laying around. Then he comes back, and in the process of perhaps offing a 5th victim, he pulls into a convenience store. She runs out of his truck and runs to a police car that just happened to be parked there and tells the story. They talk to him. He runs. They sort of chase him down. It takes them 2.5 hours to find him in a parking terrace across the street. And then we learn as the thing goes on that he has literally been bringing prostitutes to his home when his wife isn't there and engaging in these acts in his house. But this goes to trial. And as this is going to trial, one of the jurors faints at the sight of one of the victims who had been shot in the neck. She faints. And the person who has to take care of her is the medical examiner who was on the stand giving testimony at the time the juror fainted. So the juror gets removed and one of the alternate jurors is placed in their stead. And then Thursday, on one of the days of the trial, one of the prosecutors, this prosecution sucked so bad. They showed the search for this guy took 2.5 hours. They literally showed about an hour and a half of body cam footage of doing nothing. They showed his entire 10 or 12 hour police interrogation, and 75% of which he was asleep for. But after all of that, in the middle of the trial, literally the middle of the trial, the number 2 chair for the prosecution quit during the lunch break.
I did see that.
On Thursday.
Something had to have happened there. That's you don't just quit in the middle of a trial, let alone you don't quit from the prosecutor's office while you're on a case. There must have been some serious shit that went happen.
Literally during lunch hour, he says, fuck it, I'm out, and quits. And then you'll notice after that, literally every witness had a different prosecutor questioning them. And he quit because he said this is the most corrupt I can't remember what the words he used were, prosecutor's office on the face of the earth. But he was clear that him and everyone else who sat in that second chair was being micromanaged by the prosecutor, because you would literally hear the whoever the assistant prosecutor was make an objection, and then you would hear the lead prosecutor go, irrelevant, say irrelevant. Ask them this question. He was micromanaging every question that you could literally hear him going, ask about this. And I think he just finally, the guy said, fuck it, I'm not putting up with this shit anymore, and walked. This trial should have been the coolest trial on earth, but it wasn't. And I literally thought when they wasted everybody's time showing an hour and a half of fat people walking around the parking terrace going, in their body cam, and the other body cam, all you saw was people doing this because the camera is right in the middle of their chest where they have their arms. It was ridiculous. And then we have to watch him sleep for like 7.5 hours and eat Doritos for the other 3 hours. I thought they'd lost the jury and fucked it up really, really badly. I seriously thought that they would lose the jury, and the jury would go, we have no idea what's going on. We haven't seen anything that links him to a crime. We're done. And I think there was like 2 witnesses that had something under a 60-inch waistline. We were getting like physical training is apparently not a prerequisite for the Laredo Police Department. But I'm a fat fuck, but I'm not a police officer either. So there you go.
Well, so here's the thing: you only have to meet the fitness standards to make it onto the force. You don't have to meet them continuing to go. But get this, people. Of the 2 cases, now I'm going to give you 2 examples. Of the 2 cases, you had this. Seriously, you had Border Patrol agent murders prostitutes, has all sorts of shit going on. Is that going to be more or less interesting? The case that I've been following all week: McDonald's versus Burger King, arguing over the moisture retention of various burger buns. I think it's so funny. It's so funny that I had the more interesting case.
Buns, moist buns. Hayden, tell us about your moist buns.
Well, see, the moist buns were actually really
Come
interesting.
on, Burger King. Lay your moist buns on the camera. Come on, tell us. Are your buns retaining moisture? Beware of the sesame seeds. Okay. Well, we just lost another subscriber. Bye.
I just want to say thank you to the 7 people that have subbed to me. Thank you.
Okay, now there's 870 of you watching this right now, and I apologize for that, sort of. But if If any of you 870 have not subscribed to me, somebody please do it to make up for the 10 that have left since I started doing. Oh, we just lost another one too. Wow. I've officially lost 9 subscribers since we started. Someone please do me a favor and reach down there and make up for lost ground. I would deeply appreciate it. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Just do it. Just
phrasing. Someone reached out and make it feel better.
Yeah, come on. Fractured. What the fuck did I just walk?
Garrett, my moist buns for everyone.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That was not an asthma attack breathing. That was a mucho burrito eating breathing attack. But okay, anywho, seriously, please. I know that not all 867 of you that are watching this are subscribed to my channel. Oh, Jesus Christ. We just lost 4 more. Holy crap. Wow. All right.
All right. Throw
and
one
another
in the
one.
chat if I hop off,
Yeah.
will you resubscribe? I just want to check that it's him and not me.
Flux says, flux them. We don't need them. Lol. Also sub to me. We can't let Susan win.
Absolutely not.
All right, everybody, seriously. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. I know everyone that just unsubscribed is just fucking with me, and you're going to hit the subscribe button again. So please do that now. Let's get back to our stories. Do you mind if we skip the moist buns thing? I think we've ruined it.
No, go for it. Move on.
Okay. I think we ruined it. All righty. Oh, see, there we go. Everybody's coming back. I love you guys. Don't scare me like that. Okay. All right. Our numbers are going back up. I love you guys. Don't do that. I'm fragile. I rant outside, but I'm just fragile inside. Don't make me start talking about moist buns again. I swear to God, I'll do it. All right. Been there, done that. Says, now you want us to like this stream? What kind of degenerates do you think we are? You're my kind of degenerate.
Our favorite kinds of degenerates. The ones that enjoy this sort of shit.
And Cheeseheads lost on Bourbon Street. Member for 3 months of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so very much. And don't ever change. I needed you guys with the Christmas stress. I'm here. And Hayden's here. We got to get Hayden up to the 10K. Yeah, you'll cause me to start drinking. Start. Yeah. Oh, we have a request. This should be a super chat request, but we'll just do it anyway.
Moist buns.
There you happy. Fractured 23 says, nothing better than walking into my house with Vices doing ASMR. Put your moist buns on the table. Love you. You too, but we won't do that anymore. Oh, Jesus. All righty. Well, don't bring him into it. I don't want to get struck by lightning. We're just having fun. This is Friday rant. We need to vent a little bit. Like I said, that was a palate cleanser. Well, I don't, palate cleanser. Anyway, never mind. That was just a segue into our murderer guy. Now, a lot of you didn't like, he says, segueing dramatically into this topic again. ORTIZ trial. A lot of you did not like the prosecutor because you thought he was doing a crappy job. But a lot of you were calling the defense lawyer like horrific names and saying the defense lawyer was a scummy, sleazy, greasy dirtbag. But, the defense lawyer is doing his job. That is literally his job is to do things to protect his client, to represent his client. But one thing that I learned today while getting ready for this is that the defense lawyer, Joel Perez, is no longer going to be a defense lawyer. In the last elections, he was elected a judge. So now the defense lawyer is no longer a defense lawyer. He is now the judge for the 437th District Court in the great state of Texas.
Interesting.
So the defense lawyer really doesn't give a shit what happens from this point out because he is now going to be a judge. He will be Judge Joel Perez. Yeah, so that's interesting. He said, well, that's the icing on the cake. And Vince Clortho, hey, what's up, man? Says, Ozzy, you now have Burger Kings down under. I remember them being called something else mid-90s.
No, they still are. Hungry Jack's and Burger King went to court about 10 years ago. Hungry Jack's got to keep the name and the trademark and everything. I just call it Burger King because it's easier for you guys overseas to...
Also, it's literally just called Hungry Jack's. Huh? Why isn't it called Burger King? Like, there was another Burger King before Burger King got there?
It was sort of like an international franchise agreement. They did it under a different name for some insane reason. But they basically then went and did a... there was an argument between the franchisees and the franchisors. It wound up in federal court. The Hungry Jacks basically fought Burger King out of Australia.
Wow.
So yeah, it was a good case. I'll probably cover that.
David and Goliath. Cool.
More like Goliath and Goliath's little brother. But yeah.
Legendary Racing says, can he be the appeals judge in the case now? Oh no. That would be a distinct conflict of interest. Isn't Hungry Jack's a frozen food line?
Might be there. It's certainly not here. Flame grilled, home of the Whopper.
Wow, they get to call it Whopper and everything?
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds actually really cool. I want to hear about this case. You need to do this quickly. Well, this is fascinating.
Oh, you mean right now? Oh,
not like right now.
Okay.
Okay, just checking in on Meme Copium. He's literally not in a good condition. All right.
Oh, dear.
So what we want to do now is I want to walk you through the verdict in the Juan David Ortiz case.
Yeah.
The problem we had with the Brooks case was the way she handled the sentencing. Well, we had a lot of problems with her, but one of the deals was the way she handled the sentence, where she read one of the charges. You know, we find you guilty in the whatever it was for killing this one person. Pause. Let everybody applaud. Then she reads the second verdict. Let everybody applaud. Which is just, did you see that, Hayden? In the Darryl Brooks case?
I was watching Meme Copium slightly. You're talking about the verdict on Brooks. Yeah. We all watched it on stream. So, yeah.
Just horribly inappropriate.
Between her and the Cruz judge, there were two very bad examples of like female judges making bad decisions when it came to sentencing. Like so bad that people were confusing the two. But no, she was very much grandstanding, and I think at the time of the sentencing, she was well aware that she'd be applying for the position of chief judge. So
so she's applied for a position on the Supreme Court since the Brooks trial ended.
Yeah. So
and this judge handled it a lot better. Flux says, "Come on, us Americans want to hear about Burger King." No, you don't. You want to hear about Ortiz. This is the Ortiz verdict. There's two things I want to show about this. One is the verdict, and two are the victim impact statement. I mean, just because I think they're very, very interesting. This is just me doing things that I think are interesting. Let's bring up the guy who deleted 4 women of negotiable affections. Wait, I want to bring up him again. We're Brittney GRINER. We're not ready for you yet. There we are. This is the verdict in the Juan David Ortiz trial, and like I like Essay back here who's got like the gold, like the shiny gold tie and the shiny gold pinstripe suit and the hair. But again, he's a Border Patrol agent who has been charged with being a serial killer of 4 prostitutes by blasting him in the back of the head with his own service weapon, with his own service bullets loaded in it. And during the interrogation, he actually confessed, and he led the detectives to the 4th body, and then he pleaded not guilty. And here he is. Now, compare and contrast this with the way the Brooks judge handled her reading of the verdict.
Verdict form. We, the jury, find the defendant Juan David Ortiz guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment and as instructed in this charge. Signed by.
That's it. That's the verdict right there.
Literally, you're gone.
It would have been funny if they would have done that. That.
I love this. The reaction from the prosecutor, though. The whole
yeah, we did it. It was all me, bitches. Yeah, no. So that is literally the judgment right there. That one sentence done over guilty of the first degree murder of 4 people. No grandstanding, no letting people applaud, no standing up and going, woo, I'm a good judge. No, like the Cruz judge did, no going out and hugging the prosecution. None of that bullshit. No nonsense judge. Gets to the point. Boom, done.
Verdict form. We, the jury, find the defendant, Juan David Ortiz, guilty of the offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment and as instructed in this charge. Signed by the presiding jury.
Scary Potter going away for a long time.
This is your verdict. Correct. Thank you.
He's like, I don't give a shit. I'm going to be a judge, bitches.
And then by the time the victim impact statement's getting read, he's already in cuffs.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to cuff him up right here. Like literally just like right there. It's like, okay, we don't even have to wait for the jury to leave. We're just going to fucking hook you up right here.
They don't even wait for the judge to stop talking. It's literally, he's got the guilty verdict. I think it's another 5-10 seconds at most before they start moving in.
Yeah, and then the judge immediately reads the sentence.
Mr. Ortiz, you heard the jury's verdict. You have the right to allocution, which means you have the right to make a statement if you wish. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
So
Sorry, I forgot they polled the jury.
So, meet the juror list. Well, I'm just going to call you by number from the back. Juror number 1, can you please stand and tell me, was this your verdict? In the front. Juror number 2.
And so when they poll the jury like this, what they're wanting to check is just to make sure that every juror agrees with the decision. And there have been cases where they're polling the jury like this, and they say, is this your verdict? And there have been cases where the judge says no. And the judge's like, well, what do you mean no? He said, well, I didn't agree with it, but 11 of the other ones did, so I just went along with it. And that opens a can of fucking worms. But it's happened before. So that's why they poll the jury like this. And this prosecution, this prosecutor here, she was really, really good. She was much better than even the head guy and much better than these guys behind. She was the best prosecutor in the whole entire bunch. And I think she's the youngest and she's definitely smashable.
Juror number 3.
Just saying.
Most important question of the trial, as always.
Number 7. Number 8. Juror number 9. Juror number 10. Juror number 11. And juror number 12. Thank you. You may be seated. So, Mr. Ortiz, as I was saying, you have the right to make a statement if you wish. Would you like to make a statement at this time? No.
What do you say to that?
Anything else?
Yeah, no.
All right. And Mr. Alanis, were there going to be victim impact statements made?
Yes, Your Honor, after the court
Okay.
sent the proposal.
I just wanted to make sure that.
Yes, we have representatives of the family that would like to make victim impact statements after Mr. Ortiz is sent.
Yeah, so there we go. So we're just going to go on to the victim impact statements, but.
Correct. So, Mr. Ortiz, at this, as
but
you know, I'm sure your attorneys have informed you, and you've heard throughout the trial, this charge of capital murder has an automatic sentence of life in prison without the possibility for parole. So, at this time, the court is going to assess the punishment of life in prison without. The possibility of parole.
Yeah, so I mean, like ordinarily, you would schedule the sentence for a later date, but they're like,
there's no point.
Yeah, there's only one thing we can do. So we're just going to sentence you right now. You're going to jail for the rest of your life. No possibility of parole. There you go.
That is your sentence at this time. Mr. Alanis.
I'd like to ask any family member from representing Melissa to please step forward. Melissa Ramirez. Hold on.
So there we go. Lock him up.
Mm-hmm.
And you do have the right to appeal this verdict. I'm sure your attorneys have informed you of that as well. Are you at this time asking? Yes. Okay. You want to have an attorney appointed for that purpose?
All right, so they're going to file an appeal for all the good that's going to
I
do.
know that at least one of you is not going to be available, so we'll see who the appellate lawyers are that are available on the list.
At least
Right.
one of you's not going to be
Anything else?
available. No shit, he's going to be on the bench.
Yeah, he's like, sorry, I'm not going to be available. And that's why I was looking at it, because I was like, why isn't he going to be available? He's got another trial coming up 10 years from now, or what? But it turns out he's going to be a judge. But now the one thing I want to do is, I mean, all of these impact statements were really emotional. So, you know, I usually don't like watching them because it's kind of sad. And it's like really, I mean, it sucks to listen to the family talk about how their loved ones, their murdered loved ones affected their lives. And I mean, they're drug. Every one of them were drug addicted prostitutes, but that doesn't mean they weren't daughters, sisters, mothers. You know, it sucks. You know,
Victim impact statements are always one of the hardest things to sit through in any court case. As bad as it sounds in this instance, I was just thankful that there were no children that spoke. Like, I know that there were a couple that were read out on behalf of kids. It always guts me when a kid has to get up there and speak about losing a parent or losing a sibling or whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in regardless of what they did for money, what they did in their life, that's not, you know, I feel bad. That's just me. I feel bad. But there was one guy I wanted you to listen to his.
Oh, you want to
impact
show the guy?
statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy was. I mean, this guy got to me. I mean, I must admit, he got to me. All right, where are we at here? Pulling up everything.
Many people. Those. My mom had 5 beautiful babies.
So it's like, I mean, you can say, well, they were only prostitutes, but yet this daughter didn't care that her mother was a prostitute. It was her mother. You know, she knew her mother wasn't being the best mother possible.
My name's Joey Cantu.
But this guy, I mean, damn. Yeah, the DJ Khaled guy. Exactly. I mean, this guy gave one of the most powerful impact statements that I have ever heard in my entire life. Hands down, no question.
And people, if you haven't seen it, see if you can guess where the twist comes.
Yeah.
I think there's a fair number of people that fell out of their chairs when they hit.
Yeah, I remember watching this going, the fuck did he just say? And went back, but let's listen to it.
My name's Joey Cantu. Shelly, Isalta Cantu was many things. And yes, she was a drug addict. She was a prostitute and she was a felon. But she wasn't always these things. And maybe one day she would have ceased in being these things, as her family had always hoped. But you have forever robbed us of that hope, that one day she would come back to us. It is said that hope springs eternal, And it's true until someone like you comes along and completely and utterly destroys that hope. You'll hear no cliches from me about my sister, that she was this or she was that. My sister was a good person, yes.
Now, see, if you watch this guy during the testimony, there were a couple of times when he was literally just doing this, sitting in the gallery. I mean, just shaking. And he had to leave a couple of times, and I was worried he's either going to stroke out or he's just going to go over the rail. Yeah, exactly. He's going to go over the rail and tear this guy in half.
Yeah.
But I mean, just powerful dude. And I mean, he's not a small boy either. Oof. Well, let's continue. As soon as I unfuck myself and find out where I put the screen, there it is. It was high.
But she did bad things. Bad things not motivated by malice, not motivated by hate, but by addiction, by her disease. She was sick, as were the rest of these girls. I'll tell you what my sister was, and what always will be. She would always be the 6-year-old little girl She was all I had, bro. She was all I had left. You took the last living member of my family, man. She would always be the 6-year-old little girl who would wake up in the middle of the night to walk her 8-year-old brother to the restroom because I was scared of the dark. She would always be the little sister who defended me from bullies when we were in elementary school, even fist fighting them. And she'll always be the little sister who cried just because she saw me crying. My sister was empathetic and she was compassionate, as evidenced by your conversation with her. Her knowing what was likely going to happen to her and still choosing to talk you out of suicide. Showing you compassion, sympathy. She did not beg for her life. She begged for your life. She'd tell you it didn't matter what you had done, that God would forgive you, that God would always love you. And that was my sister in a nutshell. And in the face of that empathy and compassion that was surely God-given, you responded by violently taking her life. I guess it's true that no good deed goes unpunished. I've now had to live a life in which I've endured and suffered the murder of my mother, the murder of my father, and now...
Are you listening to this? The murder, his mother was murdered, his father was murdered, his sister was murdered, and let me tell you, that ain't even the fucking twist of this guy's statement. That's not the twist. I mean, this is fucked up, man. I mean, this guy, seriously, where he gets the strength to do this is utterly beyond me. And again, like, dude, D-Way saying this dude has nothing to lose.
Exactly.
I mean, I was worried that he would go over the railing. And now that I know what I know, I'm surprised he didn't. Because literally, what has he got? His entire family has been murdered throughout the course of his life. But let's continue to listen to this guy talk, because this guy is preaching he's preaching it here.
True that no good deed goes unpunished. I've now had to live a life in which I've endured and suffered the murder of my mother, the murder of my father, and now the murder of my sister. It would be so easy to hate you. Too easy, but I've always abhorred the path of least resistance. And I don't hate you. I don't hate you at all. And I won't hate you, but I do hate what you did. Not only to her, but to all of us. And here's the irony. Roughly 26 and a half years ago, I stood where you now stand, accused and convicted of murder, sentenced to 40 years in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. I spent 22 years and 11 months of my life in prison, from the age of 15 to the age of 38. When I was granted parole, the sister of my victim wrote me and told me that she forgave me for what I
This dude was in prison for 23 years for murder himself.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody in his family was murdered.
Convicted
God.
murderer, literally nothing to lose. He's lost his entire family. How he did not jump that banister? Yeah.
Yeah.
He literally had nothing left. And he's clearly got the cojones to do it.
Yeah. I mean, he murdered someone at 15 years old, served 23 years in prison for murder. And he's saying that the victim's family forgave him, and he learned and grew from that.
9mm,
Dude killed people.
9mm and lipstick. You still want to give him a hug?
Yeah, I do. Jesus. I mean, dude has had his entire family murdered. He's served 23 years for murdering someone else. And I mean, this guy's heart, man, is serious. He's got some serious heart.
Oh yeah, he's nowhere near done.
Yeah, it's not over yet.
From prison from the age of 15 to the age of 38. When I was granted parole, the sister of my victim wrote me and told me that she forgave me for what I had done, and that I should forgive myself as well. And now I find myself here in front of the person who killed my little sister. And I want you to know that I forgive you, and I hold no ill will towards you, man. I pray that one day you find the peace that you have ripped away from all of us. You spoke of God's ability for miracles. Well, your miracle is that you get to continue living, to continue to see and hear from your loved ones while we no longer can. When in any other circumstance you would be facing a death sentence, and know that it was me, the brother of Giselda, who asked the DA to consider going without the death penalty. Because your family has suffered as well.
Now, this is another thing. The prosecution originally sought the death penalty for him. They wanted to give him the death penalty. But the families asked the prosecutors not to give him the death penalty. Most of the family didn't want to give him the death penalty because they wanted him to rot in jail. They said the death penalty was too easy. They wanted him to rot in jail for the rest of his life, to suffer more. This guy says he was the one who originally asked them not to give the death penalty because there's been too much death already. His family, the murderer's family, has suffered enough because of this fuck. I couldn't even say that jokingly. This guy's a way better human being than I am. Full stop.
No parent should ever have to watch their child die. Even
I mean, God, listen to this.
Because your family has suffered as well. No parent should ever have to watch their child die. Even yours.
Jeez.
I leave you with the words of my sister. No matter what you've done, it doesn't matter. God will forgive you and God loves you. May you find peace and freedom in Him. But I'll forever wonder if maybe Erica was not who she was. If Erica was not a prostitute and a drug addict. If swifter action could have been taken. Would they have believed her should have been an upstanding citizen? Would it have taken 4 hours to find him? 3 hours, 2 hours, however long it took. You're not entirely your fault. We were failed at times by the justice system too.
Man, that is a powerful statement.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what were you thinking when you watched it the first time? I mean, I teared up with this guy talking. I mean, this guy touched me, man, the first time hearing it.
No, I didn't quite get to that, but no, I thought it was a very powerful statement. I thought that the swipe at the Justice Department towards the end, I think that was very poignant and very impactful as well. I think that needed to be said. And I think that it was a case of he has genuinely seen enough shit and bloodshed that he's at the point where he's literally gone the full pacifist, and he doesn't want any more blood spilled. So
Yeah, like literally someone who was in jail for murdering someone has just said, okay, enough is enough.
Mhm.
And I mean, that to me is incredibly powerful. And like I said, I couldn't even jokingly or facetiously say the things that he said in apparent sincerity. Better man than I am. That's all I got to say.
Great men of fortune and fire. He's clearly faced his own shit throughout his lifetime. So
Eva Torres says, no, I cried, but I think that's my fault. His statement was relatable. I'm a Hispanic from the hood, so I think the reliability hit hard. Yeah. And Mr. Upper Torso, hey, how you doing? It takes mental strength to not fall into hate and rage. It can change the way you see the world or others, and it's not worth throwing your own life away. Okay, we already read yours, Flux, about Burger King. Sorry. To Be Flair says, do you have a plethora of sweaters? From the Three Amigos. El Guapo. Would you say I have a plethora of sweaters? Eva Torres, again. Something that occurred to me later. The people who did not make victim impact statements likely could not speak English or had poor English. They had some that just gave their impact statements in Spanish. I think they were just kind of limiting it to 1 or 2 people per family. Just I don't know, but yeah, maybe they each had their family spokesman, but some of them were in Spanish. But wow, I mean, that guy was just, you know, I had everything planned to go through all of this, and now is when I would launch into my rant about the prosecution screwing up and doing their job half-assed and trying to micromanage each other and causing problems. But after listening to that guy's statement, I don't want to rant about him anymore. He's gone to jail for the rest of his life. He's gonna file appeal. Good fucking luck with that, pal.
And if we're lucky, the rest of his life will be 3 months at tops. So,
yeah, I would imagine that a border patrol agent in a prison on the border probably has some people in there that aren't his friends. So if he's not in protective custody every minute of his life, that will be the end of his life, I would imagine.
And even that, I don't think is going to be enough to protect him, to be perfectly frank. But it'll be.
Well, I mean, you can always get to someone if you want to get to someone in prison. That's just a thing.
Yeah.
But Hayden, I'm turning this over to you for a minute because the seal has been broken. I shall return.
Fair enough. Okay, guys, the other things that I want to bring up is coming up in the future, I will be doing more Australian cold cases. We'll be looking at some of the serial killers, Ivan Milat. We're going to look at the Jill Maher case. At some point down the track, we're going to be doing a little bit more video style. It's going to be along the same lines. I'm going to rip off the format from Jeff for what he's done for Maritime Mondays, but I'm going to do that more about Australian cases and murders and that sort of thing. Beyond that, shit, I've completely lost my train of thought. Oh, that's right. The next Daryl Brooks, apparently. I've been informed that there is a case currently going on, Illinois versus Bradley Yon, who is representing himself and is just a big of a dickhead and asshole. So, at some point, I'm going to sit down and watch that one. Going to invite Jeff. We'll certainly see. But, yeah, we shall make things interesting. And I really hope Jeff doesn't take as long to pee as some of the other content creators. What's that? There's a bot with no mods, is there? Meh. More chest hair. What, really? There you go. You happy, John? Prison's going to be hard mode for this guy. Damn straight. He's not coming out unscathed. So. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay. I can't really do anything about the bots, unfortunately. But yeah, fingers crossed we can get some more interesting cases, because Jeff's right. This one had every hallmark of being a hell of an amazing case, and unfortunately, it's literally like a You subscribe to me? Fantastic. Thank you, Rita. I very much appreciate that. I basically, guys, for anyone that doesn't know me, I do Law News and Laughter pretty much daily, 4 p.m. Eastern. I go through news articles, talk about whatever the recent news is, that sort of thing, and from both an American and international perspective. So, we try and have a bit of fun with it. On Sundays, we do Kinky Corner, which is always fun. Whatever's happening in the world of kinkiness and sex and whatever else. So, Mods United. What, did someone get the bot or not?
I've just been sitting here listening to you talk to see what you'd say.
You son of a bitch.
I was handling the porn bot. Actually. I did my business and I came back. I was just listening.
Oh, there you go. Well, good, because I was flagging. Asshole.
Hayden's a good man. He needs to go. You need to make sure you go and subscribe to him. Definitely. If you haven't already done so.
I also thought you were telling me that I needed to go. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's 3 a.m. here, but
no, everybody needs to go over to you. That's all that needs to happen.
Fair enough.
All right. We're coming to the end of the planned rants that I had, but Aussie Overlord, Hayden, what are you feeling particularly ranty about today? What's got your dander up recently?
Something
you need a good couple of rants. Go ahead. Give us some rants.
Something that I just got asked about in chat. What's going on with Amber Heard here in Australia? I am sick to death of the damn Commonwealth Department of Public Prosecutions giving that cow additional extensions to my FOI application. I mean, for God's sakes, I put the original application in August. They have given her 3 months worth of extensions. Every goddamn time I question them about it, she needs further time to put in submissions as to why the information should be released. It's a fucking goddamn public interest case. She lied to the court. She got a slap on the wrist because she made a goddamn awful apology video. And no, we have to try and let her get away with it. Are you fucking kidding me? Not a chance in hell. And at this point, I'm very happy. Now, I'm specifically aware that the CDPP have not specified, Amber, that it's you that's holding things up. They've been very careful to do that, okay? But at this point, given that you are the one that has the most to lose out of it, I know that I'm costing you money. And that makes me happy, okay? It makes me very, very happy. So there's that.
Wait, how did these people get in? I made it so the bots couldn't come in unless they've been subscribed for 1 minute. That sucks. Did I boomer that? No. Everybody has to be a member for 1 minute. So, hey, even the face diaper libtards. Okay. Wow, this is interesting. What the fuck? All right.
Are they arguing in chat? Like, one was God bless Biden, the other one was fuck him up. Like, are they chasing each other around the internet?
Oh, Stingy, love me some Statler and Waldorf streaming. It's time to put on makeup.
It's time to hit the lights.
It's time to get things started
on the Muppet Show tonight.
Dum. Anyway, there, y'all happy for that?
That's getting clipped.
Wow, what is up with? All right, sorry guys, we got to go to members for 5 minutes. What the hell? I've never been botted like this ever.
No, this is
wow.
New.
Dang. All right. Wow, that was odd, but weirdly, it wasn't porn.
I was going to say, don't you miss the good old days when it was just the porn bots?
Yeah.
At least they could be potentially entertaining.
I prefer sex bots over crypto bots. Hurdy-gurdy, dirty do, bork, bork, bork. Let's go, Brandon.
Hurdy-gurdy, bork, bork, bork.
Let's go, Brandon. All right,
okay. Well, hang on. Before we move on.
Yes.
You know that in Sweden, They don't call the Swedish chef the Swedish chef.
They just call him the chef.
No, he's the Norwegian chef.
Oh, that's even more funny.
So when people go from Sweden to Norway, people from Sweden make fun of the Norwegians by going hurdy-gurdy, hurdy-gurdy. So the Norwegians go, holy fuck, they actually talk like that.
Wow. Seriously?
Yeah.
They call him the Norwegian chef.
Yep.
Wow.
There you go. Just a little bit of random trivia for you.
Wow. Huh.
You don't know how to process that, do you?
No, I don't. I really don't know how to process it. I'm thinking, does like he speak some sort of absurd Norwegian? Or
No, it still makes all the same noises, all the same stuff. It's just that it's weird because in Sweden, he can't be the Swedish chef because they have to be making fun of another unintelligible language. So he's the Norwegian chef in Sweden.
wow, I still don't know how to process that. Huh.
I was like, what the fuck is going on?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, actually.
I just had Mrs. Overlord come in and tell me to shut the fuck up because it's 3 a.m.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Oh,
that's why you need the soundproofing.
Yeah, see, I
Wow.
was double checking about the soundproofing. At some
The
point, I do want to
Norwegian
put the-
chef. I'm still confused.
I broke Jeff.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, really. Did I miss porn bots? No, Apostle Steve, you missed Biden and Trump bots. I don't understand what that was all about, but okay. Huh. All right. Error 404. Kinda. No, it's not that. It's not confusing at all. It's just like, huh.
It's a piece of random information you'd never expected to learn.
Yeah, you just have to figure out like which mental file that belongs in. Does it go in the Norwegian file? Does it go in the Swedish file? Does it go in the Muppet Show file? Exactly. Like, I'm just trying to sort out where exactly that goes in my mental filing cabinet. It's not confusing in the least. It's just like, all right. It's like someone like throws you a random piece of paper on your desk and you're like, well, where the fuck do I put that?
Or a Tuesday for me.
Yeah. And I'm a pack rat. I can't throw useless information away, which is the problem. Like Trivial Pursuit, I'm an absolute killer.
True Pursuit is always a good one. What was really funny is when I was 14, we bought True Pursuit so that my mum and I could play it. We played one round and said, "Fuck this, we're getting the kids version." Damn, there's still how?
After being a member for 5 minutes. Wow. All right. Well, whatevs. Huh. All right. Well, we'll just put up with them. Weirdly enough, I don't know. Whoever the fuck's doing it, you're an asshole. But hey, I picked up a lot of subscribers for some reason. So hey, cool.
Yeah, it's probably all the trolls.
Yeah. Thanks, trolls. Awesome. I hope you stick around for a while, troll subscribers.
Yeah, no, Sandy, I don't think he meant to say members. He will have had as subscribers for 5 minutes.
Yeah, subscribers for 5 minutes. Yeah, not members. Well, I said that because I was thinking, do I just go to like members only? But
I don't think you can turn it off once you turn it on after a while, though. So I mean, yeah. Well, it's one way to get subs.
I'm wondering. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Good luck.
I don't think the time limit's going to matter to these things because they're literally going to, I mean, presumably it's a piece of script that goes, okay, here's a channel, we need to subscribe, and it's just going to keep sitting there and re-inputting the same thing until the time limit kicks down. So
yeah,
there's a good chance that we're going to keep seeing this.
But in the whole world of bots, they're mild, so hey, go ahead.
True.
Just mods, just block them as they come in. What the hell? I'll just pretend they don't need. I have a members only jacket. Wow. Okay, you old motherfucker. I used to have a couple of those. Mine was like silver and it had the collar clasp. It was pretty sweet. The girls loved it. Wear that with the black parachute pants, the black nylon parachute pants, and you were styling. Anyway,
if Jeff sets if Jeff was to set the limit to 45 minutes, and half the real subs couldn't respond thanks to moist buns.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they were unsubbed and resubbed.
So my question for you is doing this Amber Heard thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's not really a question; it's a statement. When you first said I'm sick to fucking, I thought you were gonna say I'm sick of people. I thought you were gonna say I'm sick of people asking you about it.
Oh God, no! I mean, look, I'm sick of not having any sort of updates to give people. That's what's really irritating to me. I mean, it's not great being dismissed by some of the bigger law tubers that are focused on Heard. I'm not going to lie, because I can't bring the tea that I was more well and truly expecting to by now. I'm pissed the fuck off. I really am.
Well, Tits and Ray Gun says, "Do not mock the members." I'm not mocking the members only jacket. I'm just calling the people that A, wore them, and especially those that B, still have them, old.
Memes talking.
Well, if I do sub for 4 hours or more, then like legitimate subscribers won't be able to comment for 4 hours. Then if people join me new to talk, so we'll just let the bots be the bots because it's not porn, so whatever. Just kind of delete them as they come in. But it's giving me a fuck ton of subscribers, so whoever's doing the script, thanks. Unfortunately, they're all going to be blocked and kicked off of YouTube, and the subscribers will go back down tomorrow. But hey, for now, it looks pretty damn good on paper, bitches. Oh dear. Well, what else is there another rant you need to get off your chest here?
No, look, as bad as it sounds, I've been pretty low energy the last couple of days because I've had my own court trials that I've had to deal with. I've had some other bullshit to deal with. What the fuck are you saying? Me crying about? I'm not crying about shit. I can't be fucked.
You having a bit of a whinge? Harden the fuck up, Hayden. I don't know what you're talking
Cup
about.
of concrete, exactly. So, no, look, to be honest, there is one thing, and I'm going to do a war on offense about this because I read this article earlier today, and I'm going to do a full episode on it. There was an article in the Herald Sun today calling out toxic masculinity and misogyny in a boys' school here in Melbourne.
What?
Because a 15-year-old told a joke.
Oh dear. Yeah.
No, the joke's even not that bad. It was literally, how do you tell if a woman's hungry or horny? Depends on where she puts the cucumber. See? Like, yes, that might be sexist, it might be whatever. That is not worth a 3-page rant about toxic masculinity. Okay? It is absolute bullshit.
That's funny. It's probably socially unacceptable for me to laugh at that, but that was funny.
Say no to veggies.
Well, now I'm going to for a while anyway. Where'd the chat go? I did.
Oh, he's lost chat.
The Joy Catcher. I wear Birkenstocks with socks in my members only jacket. Clearly a lesbian. Anyone who wears Birkenstocks with just if you look like Peppermint Patty, you're a lesbian. It's just how it goes. Speaking of lesbians, are we ready to go into Griner, or do we have to get something? Well, tell us more about this case. So what happened? The kid's like, is he expelled from school, or they just wrote him a 3-page "don't do it again" letter?
No, it's not even that. So, I mean, the school themselves haven't done much. It's more that this got picked up because some feminist chick at the at the Sun Herald decided that it was unacceptable to have anything that could even remotely resemble misogyny in an entirely male school. They were upset because he won Joke of the Week.
Okay.
But honestly, it's like guys can't have any fun anymore. And you can't tell me that there aren't women out there making jokes about guys' dicks all the time.
All the time.
Exactly. So, but basically, so there's been some conflicting reports as to whether or not he's actually been punished, whether or not the school is taking any action against him. There was talk of
I'm
detention,
not giant.
suspension.
I'm not giant. I'm just fat.
You know, it was a good joke. It's more just people just can't have fun anymore.
Yeah.
You can genuinely be offended by someone having a sense of humor, and that's what really gives me the shits. That's why I'm doing the whole war on offense, because you can't give offense; it can only be taken. And people need to harden the fuck up and have a cup of concrete. Okay, seriously, it was just a bit of fun. Feminine penises. All right, let's get on to this.
Yes.
I gotta be careful with my words.
No, you don't. We're 3 hours in. You don't have to be careful.
I could still get your channel yeeted if I tried hard enough.
Well, you could, but I hope you wouldn't try hard enough. But, you know, express yourself.
Okay, let's move on to this pathetic excuse of a PR stunt, shall we?
Flux's Law, just being a big old lesbian. Like you're a super lesbian. I am, because I like women too.
Oh, no. Haven't you heard? I personally identify as a lesbian trapped in a man's body. So absolutely nothing has to change in my life, but I get all the benefits.
Yep. That's Steve Van Gosney has been allowed to accept. Now, see, now the Brandon Laundry bot has got out of control. What is this? All right. Let's see what we can do here. Let's go custom duration. I want to see if we can change this. Okay, I've gone to 53 hours.
Good luck chatting, people.
I just want to see if this cures the lesbian bot. Paging Dr. Freud. Paging Dr. Freud. Oh God, how do I recover from that one?
You don't, you move on.
Wow.
Mind you, were you there when I played the video from Daily Motion about the guy and his wife that build sex bots?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
at least one of
creepy.
those. At least one of those has to be a lesbian bot.
Okay.
So there you go. I've just taken some of the heat off you. Now move on to the gigantus that we traded for a arms dealer.
Wow. And you thought I was befuddled about the Norwegian chef line. Okay.
What do you call a lesbian lunchbox? Oh, Mac,
just don't even finish that. Wow. All right. Just going to reboot and pretend that never happened. And we've got one super. I broke my damn self with that one. Jesus. PB&J says, Happy Friday from Georgia Peach. Sending you a DM. Ooh, slipping in my DMs. Ari Athen Strand and Tanner Horner. Case. Hashtag people suck.
Go for it, Andrew. Oh, I was talking about a news article. I don't really care.
Wow. Yeah. Flux says, I love when Jeff gets flustered. Yeah, Jeff
That's
doesn't
the reason
like.
why I'm here.
Wow, Okay, now we got that out of the way. I almost don't want to go on to the next story. Well, shit. I guess we should just press forward and get on with it. Now that apparently everyone knows that that's what I got on my brain.
Just got lesbian bots on the brain. That's hilarious.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to buy some more time here to hide my shame by releasing. Apparently, the 53-hour block works, but let's see if we can like trick the bots into going back to 1 minute. We don't need an hour. We'll go 1 minute. All right, 1 minute. Save. I want new people to be here in chat, but
Ozzy's wife will strangle him on camera soon. Nope. She's less like she is more anti-feminist than I am. Or are you talking about because I'm just laughing loud and going to keep her awake? That may happen. The Austin House fembots.
Godfrey. Well, that was awkward. Let's just move on. This is the last prepared story of that. Yeah, apparently it doesn't work, huh? Ashley Babbitt deserved it. Yeah. This sucks. I wonder what because I want people to still be able to chat, but I don't want to be distracted by the damn bots. Shit.
Are there actually any mods in chat?
Yep.
Oh,
The mods are on it. I think.
You can have fun and race for
Alan's
it.
here. Yeah, but it's just
Alan.
annoying as shit, you know. And one of them is going to say something that's going to get me yeeted or some dumb shit like that. So, all right, let me go to my dumb, stupid studio here and just put in a random number. I'm going to go on a fucking bot rant here in a minute if I'm not careful.
MG Law, I know the answer to that joke, and I'm not going to tell it on Jeff's stream, and I'm also not going to let him try.
Thank you. You ain't going to try. Don't worry. Subscribers for 10 minutes. Again, this will probably buy us 9 minutes of time.
All right,
we could go. All right.
It didn't work.
You think?
Oh my god, you're actually going to have to go into the members list in YouTube Studios and delete them as subscribers.
We'll see. But for now, we're just going to go members only. Sorry, guys. I really what?
At least if you put slow mode on for like a minute, at least it won't have them spamming like 12 of them at a time.
All right, well, let's go subscribers for 20 minutes with slow mode on for 60 seconds.
I'll go 30. We don't want to piss off the chat too much.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Let's see what happens. We need Danny. Danny is being a responsible adult and working. She was invited, but she has to work. So, all right, we're at members for subscribers for 20 minutes and slow mode for I thought I had 30 seconds, but I guess I put 60, so we'll go 30. All right.
And guys, remember, if you want to hear more dirty jokes like that, I'm more than happy to do them all on my channel. So please feel free to go and subscribe.
Good. 5 seconds, you chat-tarded. Yeah. Now what was... All right. Does slow mode affect members? Yeah, you just got to wait 30 seconds for a post. Sorry. Yeah. Right. Anyway, kind of took the thunder away here. The Thunder Down Under, the Australian strip show in Las Vegas.
Is that seriously what it's called?
Yeah.
I got to change that from my other... I use that as my other nickname when I'm on different streams and don't want to get recognized. I might need to change that.
Yeah, that's the Australian like Chippendale style strip show. It's called the Thunder Down Under.
Oh god, that's really bad.
Innuendo on so many levels.
Misogynistic Mondays.
All right. We're coming to the end here, and I hope I don't have to go through and delete all of these 36 subscribers that we just got over the past little while. Hopefully they'll go away, but I get to keep the numbers. Griner, talk to me about Griner. Give me your Griner opinion if you have one.
I have no words, to be honest. It's incredibly ridiculous the way that they've done it. I mean, surely there was someone, as bad as it sounds, more deserving or more equivalent exchange. I mean, they literally traded a warlord, or what? Not what is it? A war dog, the Lord of War, some shit like that. I know you get the idea. He was a fucking arms dealer. Thanks to him, the price of bullets in America is going to go down dramatically. Okay, I get that that's a big thing for you guys, but trading him for a WNBA player. Are the US government that desperate to prop up the WNBA that they need to retrieve one of the players? Like, it's baffling. It really is just baffling.
I may have a few thoughts.
Go for it.
I may have a few thoughts to share about this particular predicament we're finding ourselves in. But just for the record, right now, we've got 856 concurrent viewers. God knows how many of them are bots, and 786 likes. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button for not only me, especially if you're a bot, but I'd prefer you weren't. And make sure you go over and you hit Aussie Overlord's subscribe button as well. If he gets 10,000 subscribers for Christmas, he's going to dress up as Santa Claus and sing Australian Christmas carols. Like play in the sand, play in the sand, play in the sand with no snow, things like that. I just made that up. And I will also dress up as Santa Claus and sing Korean Christmas carols in Korean on his stream. Sonia Chris says, have you seen the WNBA? Yes, they do. Well, let's talk about little Miss, little's not exactly the right word I'd use to describe Griner. Let's talk about this particular woman who was so bad she couldn't even play for the WNBA. She had to go play for Russia. I may have a few thoughts about her. I think we need to get to it. And I need to turn off Meme Copium because he's now searching for how much are hair plugs in Japan.
Seriously?
Yep. All right. Let's see. We're going to do our rant here now. Brittney Griner. This is how it all started. Brittney Griner.
For a hair transplant?
I guess. Let's.
Sorry.
Now here we're going on a rant now. Don't distract me. I'm warming up to this one. It took a while to recover.
It's all right. I'm edging the chat. You start getting on a rant.
Ew.
I just sort of.
Don't edge my chat. Leave my chat alone. Don't touch my chat. Hands off my chat. Don't edge my chat, please. Hayden the Edgelord. Edge us harder, Law Daddy. Shut up, Hayden. Break your mic again.
Oh, bite me.
Jeff's not. That's the problem, Terry. Jeff hasn't even started drinking. Just a map nailed to the wall told me to prepare an assortment of liquors, but he got sidetracked trying to kill Meme Copium, so he never showed up. So unfortunately, I'm way too sober. I expected to be literally just shit-faced by the time I got to Courtney CLENNEY, let alone Griner. I expected to be comatose by the time I got here. So now it's not going to come from a place of drunken silliness. This rant is going to come from just a place of rage. How this all started. You've got her. She wasn't ignorant. She knew exactly what was allowed and what wasn't. She's been playing basketball in Russia since 2014 for 8 years. She knows what's legal and illegal in Russia by the end of an 8-year stint in Russia. To any argument she had is completely off the table when you start saying, I didn't know, it was a mistake. Bullshit. Don't believe that for a damn second. And she's not even allowed to use the excuse, I didn't know what was in the vape. Because the idea is she had hashish oil, less than a gram of hashish oil in a vape. She is a professional athlete. Professional athletes know and care about exactly what they're putting in their body. To say, I don't know what's in this, especially with all of the drug testing that goes around, that argument doesn't start. She knew what she was doing. She knows the law of Russia. She knows it is illegal to come into the country with any cannabinoid product whatsoever. Absolutely no question about it. Don't buy that bullshit for a second. Well, then what's her big defense when she gets popped? They pop her for having this vape pen that has cannabis oil, the hashish oil in it. They nail her for that. What does she think is going to be her legitimate excuse? Well, let's get in the damn time machine and look at this. And the reason this chafes my sack is because this is the kind of bullshit from stupid ass foreigners that I have to deal with here in Korea far too fucking often. I've scared Aussie Overlord away. Come back. There you go. I deal with this shit far too often from dumbass foreigners that come over here to teach English. And weirdly, as I mentioned yesterday, it seems that a very high percentage of these idiots that do this stuff are Canadians for some reason. I speculate that there's some guy that's just like selling for $49.99 somewhere on Craigslist a pamphlet on how to smuggle drugs into South Korea, which clearly doesn't work. So I deal with this kind of shit all the damn time. Her response to all of this is Brittney GRINER had a doctor's note for cannabinoid use, her lawyer tells the Russian court. Well, let's see. A lawyer for WNBA star. Well, can we not say star? I don't think the word
right there.
Yeah, right there. I don't think the word WNBA and star belong in the same sentence, let alone someone who only plays part-time in the WNBA. A lawyer for WNBA star Brittney GRINER at her drug possession trial in Russia on Friday gave the court a U.S. doctor's letter recommending she use medical cannabis to treat pain. One, it's not a prescription for cannabis. It's not a prescription for marijuana cigarettes. It's not a prescription for gummies. It's a letter recommending that she use them. And is it a Russian doctor? No, it's a U.S. doctor. Great. Ozzy, what if I, as an American, come and say, here's my doctor. He sent me a letter saying I need to do massive amounts of cocaine in Australia. What's going to happen to me?
You'll get 10 to 15 years behind bars, and you'll get a fat guy named Bubba.
Yeah. A U.S. doctor gives her a letter saying, well, I recommend you use cannabis, not a prescription for medical cannabis, just a just recommendation. So she has this. She brings a letter from a doctor who has fuck all to do with Russia, a little note from mommy saying you should probably do this, knowing full well that any cannabis extract, plant, whatever, anything that has anything to do with marijuana, cannabis, hash, whatever, is completely illegal in Russia, regardless of the amounts. She knows this full well, and she wants to rely on this fact that some fucking doctor in Phoenix recommends that she use this for injuries. Griner, a two-time Olympic gold medalist and standout for the Phoenix Mercury, I could probably fucking stand out for the Phoenix Mercury, was arrested on Moscow's airport in February after customs officials said they found vape canisters containing cannabis oil in her luggage. She faces up to 10 years in prison if convicted on charges of transporting drugs. Hayden, if you don't want to spend 10 years behind bars in Russia on convictions and charges of transporting drugs, what do you do?
You leave the drugs behind.
Pretty fucking much.
Or you smoke them all before you get on the plane.
Exactly. You don't want to go to jail for 10 years for smuggling drugs into Russia? Don't fucking smuggle drugs into Russia. You know you're going. That is literally the first fucking question that anyone who has ever used a cannabis plant asks when they come to Korea, let alone athletes. I know athletes here. I know baseball players and basketball players. I know them, and that is literally one of the first questions I get. Is this legal? And the answer is fuck no. Korea makes no distinction, the same way Russia makes no distinction. Drugs are drugs are drugs are drugs. In the whole grand scheme of things in Korea, there is virtually no difference between a gummy and a fucking bag of meth. Drugs are drugs are drugs. Don't do it. Don't go to jail. That's it. Everybody who's been here, especially athletes who have so much on the line, know what is legal and not legal to do here in Korea. You can't expect me to believe for a second that she didn't have any idea what was going to happen to her if she got popped. She just thought she was a clever cunt and could get it past the people in the customs office or the immigration office, and she failed. Absolutely failed. And now she's screaming about it. Oh, I had a recommendation from a doctor that you don't give a shit about in Russia saying that I should probably do illegal shit in your country. That's not how sovereignty works. In a court last week, Griner pleaded guilty and acknowledged possessing canisters, but said she had no criminal intent and said they were in her luggage. Yeah, because she packed hastily in her return to Russia to play for the UMMC Ekaterinburg basketball team in the WNBA offseason.
Jeff, for anyone in chat that doesn't understand, how would you describe the definition between strict liability and non-strict liability crimes?
Well, we have things that are we have malum prohibitum and malum in se. Malum prohibitum are things that are illegal because I fucking said they're illegal. Then there are the malum in se, which are just they're bad because they're bad, like cannibalism, murder, grape, child prawns.
Twisted
Those are malum in se. They're just wrong because they're fucking wrong. Drugs are a malum prohibitum offense. They are wrong because the government just says they're fucking wrong, whether you like it or not. Do I think cannabis should be illegal anywhere on earth? No, I don't, because I don't give a shit. But some governments think they should be, and they make the laws that say they are, and they give less than zero fucks about your opinion on whether or not marijuana should be legal or not in Korea, or whether marijuana should be legal or not in Russia. They're wrong because the government says they're wrong, and they say if you do the wrong shit, we're throwing your dumbass in jail for 10 years. That's all you need to know. If you can't deal with it, if you can't abide by the consequences, don't fucking go to that country. Don't do it. That's the way, as Aussie Overlord graciously and very eruditely expressed, you don't want to go for 10 years to jail? Don't smuggle the drugs into Russia, dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
In Russia's judicial system, admitting guilt doesn't automatically end a trial. That's very, very similar to Korea. Since the plea, once you start out by saying, yes, I admit to it, and then you just basically spend the rest of the time throwing yourself at the mercy of the court, saying, I'm a good person, here's why I want to go back home to mommy and daddy. But they don't have to. Admitting guilt doesn't automatically end a trial. Since that plea, her court sessions have focused on in-person and written testimony to her good character and athletic prowess. Are you good at making layups? Well, if you're a WNBA player, you're probably okay at making layups. And apparently she is reportedly one of the very few WNBA players on planet Earth that can actually dunk a basketball occasionally. So we'll give her she has athletic prowess. But that doesn't absolve you of smuggling drugs. Griner wore a Nirvana t-shirt as she sat inside the defendant's cage that is customary in Russia. And I love how Russia just makes you literally sit in a cage. That's great. At one point, she held up a photo of fellow WNBA players wearing her name and number 42 on their uniforms in tribute during part of Sunday's All-Star game in Chicago. Attending
that just makes it all worth it. You know what? Fuck it. Case dismissed. Her fans, her team, they're all supporting her, putting her name on their uniform. Case dismissed. Send her home.
All right. Well, now we have our resident lesbian expert Flux telling us that because she's a dude. So now I feel like I'm authorized in saying that dude fucked up. now that I've got the permission.
That guy knew he fucked up.
Exactly. No, medical marijuana is not legal in Russia, and a fucking vape pen is not medical marijuana. That's recreational shit. The attending physician gave Brittney recommendations for the use of medical cannabis. The permission was issued on behalf of the Arizona Department of Health. Permission and prescriptions are different. The defense on Friday also submitted tests she underwent as part of an anti-doping check, which didn't detect any prohibited substances in her system.
Who the fuck cares? The crime was not using it. It was possessing it.
Jesus Christ, Aussie Overlord, it's almost like you're a fucking lawyer. I don't remember her being charged with using it.
Nope.
I remember her being charged with possessing it. Smuggling it into the country. Fuck you, NPR. Nobody's talking about her doing it. But you know she was doing it. U.S. President Joe Biden. This is where I start to get extra fucking pissed off. U.S. President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken have said they're doing all they could to win her release. You like the name Anthony Blinken?
No, it's more that Biden and Blinken have interceded for a WNBA player, and yet they're still trying to extradite Assange, and we're probably never going to see him again for shit. This pisses me the fuck off.
Well,
yes, Blinken's still a very funny name. I can't rant. The wife's already yelled at me.
Well, you know what? You think that's funny? You think Blinken's a funny name? This was courtesy of watching Nick's stream earlier today, where Nick Googled the names of the highest paid WNBA people.
Yep.
Dewana Boner.
Dewana Boner.
Dewana Boner.
I really don't. I really don't.
Is the third highest WNBA player's name. That is the name of the number 3 highest. And they have this $234,936 salary cap. But ranked number 3 on the paid list is Dewana Boner. But wait, there's more. Where'd the other one go? There was Dewana Boner, Diggin Smith. That wasn't what I was thinking about. Where'd the other one go? It sounded like dildo. Oh, can't remember which one it was. But
Is Andy
yeah,
Snatch on that list.
Well, there was one that sounded kind of like boner, or like dildo, but I can't remember where it was. It wasn't Elena Del Dunn. Maybe it was. It was Elena Del Dunn. It kind of sounded like Elena Dildo earlier today. But yeah, Dewana Boner is a legit WNBA player. And with that, let's get back to our rant.
Hey, hang on. Come on. You
Okay,
can't use
wait.
legit and WNBA in the same sentence. Come on.
It's a legit name for someone in the WNBA. How's that?
No, I'm with
Dewana Boner is a
I'm with her in history.
WNBA player's name. So U.S. President Joe Biden and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken have said they're doing all they could to win her release, as well as that of other Americans and the U.S. considers wrongly detained by Russia, including former Marine Paul Whelan, who is serving 16 years on an espionage conviction. We're going to fucking talk about Paul Whelan here in just a bit. But notice this dude is in there for espionage, allegedly. And we've got Griner. Washington may have little leverage with Moscow, though, because of strong animosity over its military operation in Ukraine. In the hearings yesterday and today, what became very clear is the tremendous amount of respect and admiration both the United States and here in Russia, where Ms. Griner has been playing basketball for 7 years, not only for her professional achievements, but for her character and integrity. Are you telling me fucking Russia knows who the fuck she is? No. There's a tremendous amount of respect and admiration in the US and Russia. How many of you and how many people on planet Earth do you think knew Miss Griner's name before dude was arrested? How many people do you think knew her name? A dozen? Maybe 100 if we're being fucking generous? But no, she's internationally respected and admired. Bullshit. But moving right along, U.S. Embassy charged the affairs, Elizabeth Rood said outside the courthouse on Monday in the Moscow suburb of Khimki, where the airport is located. The director and team captain of UMMC Ekaterinburg testified on her behalf Thursday. Russian media have speculated that Griner could be swapped for Russians' arm trader Victor Bout, named the Merchant of Death.
I see nothing wrong with this.
A basketball player who sucks at everything is being exchanged for a terrorist arms dealer called the Merchant of Death, who is serving a 25-year sentence in the U.S. after being convicted of conspiracy to kill U.S. citizens and providing aid to a terrorist organization. We're trading a giant 7-foot black lesbian for a dude who has been called the Merchant of Death and has made it part of his mission to sell arms to South American terrorists intent on killing Americans. What the fuck? Seriously. And we're going to rant. By warning, we haven't even started the rant yet. I'm just getting worked up. Russia has agitated for Bout's release for years. Both the wide discrepancy. Wait, Flux said something. I have to check what Flux says. No one is okay with this. Okay, great. Thanks. That allows me to continue my rant. I have to check in with our constituency here. No doubt. Oh no, she has a wife. No, she is. I mean, it doesn't matter that she's black. It doesn't matter that she's a lesbian. What matters is she's a goddamn WNBA player. I don't care if she's a pink straight person from the planet fucking Pluto. Sex, gender, attraction doesn't mean a damn thing. Color doesn't mean. What means something to me, she's a fucking WNBA player. And she's being traded for one of the most notorious arms dealers on planet Earth? A guy who's such a fucking degenerate arms dealer that they made a movie about him in 2005 where Nicolas Cage played his character? Lord of War, look it up. Nicolas Cage, based on this dude.
Wait, so that actual movie is based on that guy?
Yes.
Holy fuck, America, what are you doing?
You've seen the movie.
I've seen the movie. I love the movie.
Where Nicolas Cage goes full Nicolas Cage crazy, dude.
Yeah.
That's
I
based
really
on
enjoyed
this
that
guy.
movie. Holy
Yes.
shit. I thought that was just a joke.
No, it's based on this dude. Others have suggested that Griner could be traded along with Whalen, who is serving 16 years in Russia on an espionage conviction that the U.S. has described as a setup. The State Department's designation of Griner as wrongfully detained moves her case under the supervision of its special presidential envoy for hostage affairs. Boy, I sounded like Alex Jones there, didn't I? Hostage affairs! Even the frogs are gay! Effectively, government's chief hostage negotiator!
Fucking send her back and get
Why? Someone, please explain to me why. I hope the neighbors don't hate me. Someone, please explain to me why a person who knows that it's illegal to bring any cannabinoid product into Russia is wrongfully detained for bringing cannabinoid products into Russia. I don't understand this designation as wrongfully detained. And them putting her under the presidential fucking hostage negotiator? This classification has irritated Russia. Well, welcome to the fucking understatement of the universe. It's fucking irritated me. It must be the Russian blood in my system working its way to the top. I'm 25% Lithuanian. Asked about the possibility of Griner being swapped for a Russian jailed in U.S. Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Rybakov. Conflict of interest, anybody? The senior Russian diplomat has noted that until her trial is over, there are no formal or procedural reasons to talk about any further steps. And I'll get to these super chats here in a minute. I'm ranting. Rybakov warned that U.S. criticism, including the description of Griner as wrongfully detained and dismissive comments about the Russian judicial system, make it difficult to engage in detailed discussion of any possible exchanges. Yeah, it's the vodka reacting. I haven't had vodka, and I had 2 small drinks of gin. Like I said, I'm woefully, my blood alcohol content is dangerously low at this point. It's Friday night and I haven't done a fucking thing. Griner's detention. Yeah.
Super chatting people. He needs a drink.
Griner's detention has been authorized through December 20th, suggesting the trials could last months. Griner's lawyers, however, said they expect to conclude around the beginning of August. Well, that's how all this bullshit started, with her saying, I have a doctor's note from some fuckwit in Arizona that says I'm recommended to take cannabinoids. Bitch, please. Now we get into this bullshit that happened earlier today. All right. We've got 12 chats backed up here. I need to do this. I'm pausing my rant, but I hope none of you guys that have super chatted have been like a downer here. Happy Friday. Oh, we already read that, but I love you, PB&J, and I love PB&Js, so I'll read it again. Happy Friday from Georgia Peach. Sent you a DM regarding the People Suck case. Thank you so much. Bill Nice. Are you really nice? If the bots want to spam, then they need to sub. How are we doing? I haven't even seen a bot notice in a recent while. But great, we're still getting subscribers. I hope you're all subscribing because you love my fucking rant. I do. Magician Sapphire, traded for Griner and not the U.S. Marine incarcerated since 2018. I want a do-over. Oh, we're going to get to Paul Whalen. Yeah, hang tight for Paul Whalen. Stand by for news. Sonny or Chris, the Thunder Down Under, the Edgelord. We're back to that, are we? Flux, can people here in the States use a doctor's note in states where it's not legal? Yeah, no. But I'm pretty sure that there are people here that are still jailed for it. Oh, we'll get to that too. Yeah, you can't use
liability means strict liability. You do it. It doesn't matter if you have any knowledge of the law whatsoever. If it's illegal, it's fucking illegal.
Strictly speaking, that's why the words strict and liability are stuck together in that little phrase. I'm pretty sure people, that note means shit in Utah. where it's not legal. Oh no, wait a minute. I shouldn't say that. Utah just, Jesus came down and anointed the brethren in Utah, and they are allowed medical marijuana. In some place where it's not legal, that letter from Phoenix means nothing. It means even less than fucking nothing in a different country. Jesus fucking Christ, why is that so hard? Vince Clortho, overseas, always best to buy local. If you're gonna do it, don't go through customs with it. Get it locally. Support your local fucking grocer. I'm not gonna be able to talk tomorrow. This has been pissing me off all goddamn day. Alyssa K, drugs are drugs are drugs are drugs. The law Rax has spoken. If it's illegal, it's illegal. And you in the states where we have the different categories and hierarchies, that's not a thing here. Don't do it. It sounds like it's not a thing in Russia either. Jordan Crow, is there a chance Griner did this prior, but Russia looked the other way until they decided they wanted another American hostage? It's a professional athlete. They probably went like, oh, she's a big giant lesbian. She probably has weed. Let's check her out. Plus, have you ever seen dogs sniffing around airports? Dogs smell shit. Dogs have really good noses. Every piece of luggage that comes through most any airport on earth is going to get sniffed out by some beagle that's been force-fed crack half its life. I'm pretty sure that's not how they trained drug-sniffing dogs, but it sounded good for the rant. But yeah, she's probably been doing it and just hadn't been caught. Amy Lynn, thank you so much for the super chat. Do you think YouTube is unsubbing? I found I've been unsubbed, only finding out when going to the channel. That's possible. YouTube does these purges every now and then. So if you are subscribed to my channel or Aussie Overlord's channel, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed.
Susan hates truth bringers, people, okay? I have had people who have been members of my channel be unsubbed by YouTube. No idea why. They just like slicing off a few subs every other day. I swear to God, it pisses me the hell off. So yes, please, by all means, double check your subs, double check your memberships, because if they do remove you while you're a member, you might lose money. I think if you resub within the same month, you don't lose out. But if the month ticks over, they've literally stolen from you.
Well, Hayden, thank you for interrupting me there and calming me down a bit, because I was about to go, no. I needed it. You talked me off the cliff. I was just about to go all, ripping the shirt off, go, oh yeah, bite into a Slim Jim. I was about to go Randy Savage on your ass here a minute ago. So we were about to go full on WWE promo here. So yeah, let's get back to
blame me for that. Chat's gonna hate me.
Bucky Cat, give Pootie credit. He knows what Joe cares about. Joe cares about whatever. He's like a fucking Energizer bunny. You just point him somewhere and he just shuffles off until he hits a wall, turns slightly. And
first bot's back.
Yay, welcome back, fucking bot. Zero Max is a new member. Congratulations for joining because of this, or I'm sorry you had to witness this and I hope you'll stay a member. Choose whichever answer suits you personally. But thank you so much for becoming a member. Everybody needs Legal Vices member. Flux, thank you so much for your chat. This is what happens when you let a group of people steal a nation poll for leader. The people who rigged the national poll for leadership are continuing to degrade our country with BS like this, making us a fucking laughing stock.
We have to say YouTube wants you to believe there was absolutely nothing ever happened. Everything was all above board. It was all perfect. Best elections ever. We don't have to worry about any of that. Just to keep YouTube happy, we're just going to say this, okay? And yes, I'm aware it's a very terrible American/Aussie Trump impression. Hate me for it later. I'm just saying.
And Flux. Wow. Thank you, Flux. God, Jeff, take a shot. Ha ha. I will. Ernest Shackleton. He wouldn't put up with this bullshit when he was stuck on the Antarctic ice for nearly 20 months, busting his ass and risking his life to ensure that all 26 people on his expedition came back home and not one single soul was lost. Ernest Shackleton is a real fucking man. So is Griner, but in a different way. Cheers. Thank you so much, Flux. You're awesome. I love you. You're the best. And go to Flux Paints and make sure you subscribe to her channel because she's supporting me. She's the best there is out there, and she deserves it. And that is like a shot and a half. And you're to blame, darling. You give shots a bad name. Arr. Smooth. I needed that. I'll be back with you when I can breathe again. All right. All right. We gotta do these. We'll do another 20 minutes and sorry, we'll do 20 minutes and a slow mode and see if that helps. Sorry. We got to do this because of dumb shittery and you're not helping my mood, bots. Thank you very much for that, Flux. That's deeply appreciated. And Pam Zamov, again, I'm sorry if this isn't what you expected when you signed up for you signed up in the middle of the rant. So you did it because you like it. Thank you so much. And welcome. Welcome to the membership. You're awesome. Welcome to the clean and sober crew. Mr. K, you were as the was it? It was Molly Hatchet that sang flirting with disaster. You're flirting with disaster, Mr. K. We should ask the C about Griner because the C is always, yeah, don't bring that C is always right fake Lord of the Rings shit that Amazon puts on. And we don't, yeah, don't get me started. I've got to focus on this rant. Don't get me sidetracked by fake Tolkien rants. Okay, I sound like a Texas cop who's looking for a murderer.
Oh, see, I just thought you were going to start your Lorax ASMR.
No. But we're talking about what happened today. We're just continuing the rant. This fucked me on so many different levels. Fair and balanced, send people to meme after you're done, Jeff, and y'all should come on. We're playing games. No, I'm trying to get Map on the wall to come over here and throw a whole fuck ton of money at me, Farron. He was supposed to be over here. He told me to prepare a plethora of alcoholic beverages to choose from, and he would get me fucked up. But no, he's having too much fun fucking meme up. So I'm here stone cold sober having to rant about a giant 7-foot black lesbian. Sober. Love you, Farron. We'll see you in a few hours. I broke it. I hope she heard that.
I'm so sure someone could clip it.
I'm sure you people are. All right, this triggered me hard today. Prisoner swap negotiations with Russia over Brittney Griner were painstaking and extraordinary. Yeah, they were pretty fucking extraordinary. Like unheard of. How about that? Unfucking heard of. 5 months after this dude, Brittney Grinder, whatever the fuck her name is, Grifter Wannabe says, the administration is experienced in leaving U.S. servicemen in foreign countries to languish and die. Precisely. Yeah. And Vince Clortho says, the YouTube live title, the YouTube live stream title literally says rant. Yeah, now let me get back to it. Thank you so much, Vince. You're a mensch. If only you were a man like Brittney Griner. Brittney Griner is a giant man who could kill all of us. Godzilla. Brittney Griner told Joe Biden she was terrified. She would spend the rest of her life behind bars in Russia. Bullshit. She knew it was a 10-year maximum. The WNBA star headed back to the United States. She told Biden this. She's safe on a plane. She's safe. She's on a plane.
There was a snake on that plane.
I almost went down that. I was going to say, I almost went down the Samuel M. Jackson about the motherfucking is on the motherfucking planes. But I decided not to.
No, there was a motherfucking snake on that motherfucking plane.
Yeah. She's safe. She's on a plane. She's on her way home, Biden announced from the White House Thursday. Griner's release followed months of what the White House called painstaking, extraordinary negotiations between the Biden administration and Russian President Vladimir Putin's regime for the safe return of the two-time Olympic gold medalist and seven-time WNBA All-Star. They've been negotiating with Russia for months for this? That's pretty extraordinary.
I would have said 5 minutes worth of negotiations and then fuck it, keep her.
They shouldn't have even been talking about her in my book. Let me tell you, I've had clients here, I've had friends here who have done the same, literally the same fucking thing. The same fucking thing. I've had athlete friends here in Korea who brought in a vape with some, you know, the CBD oil in it, or the THC oil, or the hash oil in it, who have had the same thing, a vape with a prohibited substance in it, and it fucked their career. Did Biden fucking call him on the phone? I have friends who have done the same thing, who have brought a joint in, who have brought an ecstasy pill in, who have done things, and they're fucking in jail. Did Biden call them? Did Biden fucking try to get some sort of exchange with the Korean government? No, they're still fucking rotting here. The fact that this is over an NBA player is bullshit. It's completely, and this is just Korea. How many are in Russia? How many are in fucking Australia, for that matter? I don't know what your drug laws are, but I would be surprised. I would think they're surprisingly conservative.
Depends on what you do and what you've been found guilty of. I mean, for the most part, though, if an American gets caught here, more often than not, they're just going to get extradited back to the US anyway.
Which is good, and maybe the way it should be. That's the way a lot of things are handled here in Korea. They lock you up until the trial, then they give you a suspended sentence with time served, and then they kick you out of the country and say, never darken our fucking doorway again. Mm-hmm. But there are people that are still here in jail, in prison, for exactly the same fucking thing that she was in jail for. There's people in other countries around the world. Why are we not getting them out? Why isn't Joe fucking Biden calling them personally and saying we're trying to get you out? Why isn't Joe Biden on the phone with Korea's president to get the people that are here for the same fucking things out of jail? Because it doesn't satisfy the fucking leftist agenda. I'm not a right-winger by any stretch of the imagination. I'm a fairly hardcore, straight down the middle, real definition libertarian, not the Alex Jones crazy tinfoil hat version of libertarian. The I will pay my taxes, you fix the roads, and leave me the fuck alone. I'm that guy. I tend to lean socially, maybe a little left, and you know, militarily, fiscally, whatever, hard right. That's just the way I lean. But this bullshit, where she's getting calls from the president of the fucking United States, where there's all this media frenzy about how she's being mistreated, when there are hundreds, unquestionably hundreds of Americans in jails and prisons around the world for exactly the same fucking thing that aren't even on the goddamn radar. That is not the duty of a diplomatic mission to become involved in this shit. The embassies, the consulates, the U.S. government is essentially limited by treaty and laws to ensuring that the citizen of their country is being treated no worse than a local would be treated under the same circumstances. Not engaging in months of negotiations for the release of a WNBA player. The deal, a 1-for-1 swap. Is it really fucking 1-for-1? Is it? What does 1-for-1 mean? Yeah, one beating heart for one beating heart, yes. But as Hayden was saying, value for value, it's nowhere fucking close to 1-for-1.
No.
The exchange of prisoners, espionage prisoners is just de rigueur. That's just what happens. We get your spy, so you go and arrest a shit ton of our spies. I know you're spying on us. You know we're spying on you. And you go, all right, we'll give you back your spy if you give us back our spy. And then we'll go back to spying on each other like gentlemen. That happens every goddamn day. It's just not publicized because you can't publicize shit like that. But that happens. That's what happens. That happens literally, I won't say literally every day, but it happens often. It's expected. That's how the game of international espionage works. You catch each other. Oh, you got our guy. Well, we got your guy. And then you swap. And then they just go. That happens. This bullshit does not happen. This kind of fuckery doesn't happen. Where you get a WNBA player, a mediocre one, so she made the WNBA All-Star team however fucking many times. But that's a mediocre basketball player in any stretch of the imagination. You're exchanging her for Russian arms dealer Victor Bout, who's been held in the U.S. prison since 2012? In recent days, according to a senior Biden administration official who discussed the talks on the condition of anonymity, in the last 48 hours, Griner was transported from a Russian penal colony. That's the closest she's going to get to anything penal in her life, where she had been... Sorry, I don't know where that came from. The Russian penal colony.
You know exactly where that came from.
Yeah, I do. Where she'd been held captive to Moscow in preparation for her return to the U.S. On Thursday, Griner was taken to the United Arab Emirates, who also have a really, really liberal policy towards drugs, where the exchange for Bout took place. Wearing a red and black flannel jacket. Of course she was wearing a fucking flannel jacket. What else would she be wearing? Birkenstocks with socks? Over a hoodie, Griner walked directly past Bout on the tarmac as the two prisoners were escorted to opposite directions at the Abu Dhabi airport. This was literally like out of a cheap Jason Bourne fucking spy movie. The two Cadillacs limousines with tinted windows pull up and face each other. Guys get out in their black suits and their earpieces. Then the two prisoners walked past each other, and you know she was like, "Oh, thank you." Well, no, that's not how she talks. She's like, "Oh, thank you, sweet Jesus. I'm going home where I need to be." That's literally what she sounds like. I get to go back to home. And you know, arms dealer Bout is like, laughing like a motherfucker that this is who he got traded for. If I was him, I'd kind of probably be actually a little bit pissed that that's who they teamed me up with. But they walked directly past each other like somebody out of a flannel. I'm illiterate. Hey. I wear flannel. I'm just not a lesbian. Earlier aboard a plane out of Russia.
You don't like vaginas?
I do. I'm a lesbian trapped in a male's body, just like Stephen and Gosney. Our smiling Griner described herself as happy. Oh, happy. She said she did not know where she was going. You're going back home, a translate. She knew where she was fucking going, dumb bitch. To the U.S., Griner replied. On the tarmac, Griner received a call from Biden and her wife, Cheryl Griner, or Cheryl, however they pronounce it, who relayed the news. Brittney Griner is in good health and in an extremely upbeat mood, all smiles and extremely grateful, the official said. Today my family is whole, a beaming Cheryl Griner said as she appeared with Biden at the White House.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Again, go back to the people in the jails here in Korea, the people in the jails in Russia, the people in the jails in Thailand, wherever the fuck else you happen to be as an American citizen and arrested. Is your loved one sitting in Joe Biden's fucking Oval Office making phone calls to get you special privilege out of a situation you got your fucking self into? And I'll tell you, when I turned 16 and my dad gave me the keys to the car, he said, "Welcome Welcome to the world of adult responsibility. You are now an adult. You are driving a several-ton steel weapon that is capable of killing people. If you get in a situation where you find yourself in trouble and you get taken in by the police for something stupid you did, and they give you your one phone call, don't waste it on me. My father literally told me that at 16 years of age. He said, you get yourself in a situation, you better be prepared to get yourself out of the situation. And the first time I did get myself in a situation and didn't tell him, he got fucking pissed off because I didn't tell him. But that's a different story altogether. But that's the responsibility. You get yourself into it. You knowingly do dumb shit. You get yourself out of it. You don't get the president of the United fucking States of America to get you out of it. This is just ridiculous. Sherelle Griner said she realizes how much work went into her wife's release. Yeah, you bet. The money, the favors that had to be called in, and to leave where we're going to get to Paul Whelan, to leave him behind. Bullshit. If I was her, I wouldn't have the guts to walk out of that prison. I would say, I'm staying here until Paul. All right. I'm getting ranty here. Extra ranty. U.S. officials weren't allowed to meet with Griner until March 23rd. Well, she was arrested in February. It's like a month. Ooh, big deal. After classifying Griner as wrongfully detained in May, her case was transferred to the State Department's office in charge of fucking hostage affairs. I'm terrified I might be here forever, Griner wrote in a handwritten note to Biden. Anybody else here writing notes to Biden? No, they can't even get the local consulate to pick up their fucking phone call. Mid-November, Biden said he was hopeful that with the midterm elections over, Putin would be more willing to discuss a prisoner exchange. If I was a WNBA player, I would be fucking embarrassed that the presidents of two nations are talking about my stupid dumb shit actions. Seriously. I'd be fucking embarrassed. The first proposed swap for Bout, a former Soviet Army lieutenant colonel, nicknamed the Merchant of Death, let's not forget that, over the summer. Bout was scheduled for release from prison in 2029. The Russians made it clear that the only route to securing Biden's return was the release of a Russian national. Why didn't they find some fucking Russian that had been arrested for prostitution or drugs or some other bullshit, check-kiting fucking shit? Well, why? Because they wouldn't accept it. That's why. The release of a Russian national, Victor Bout. That was the only person they wanted back. Why? Because he's probably really good at what he does. Bill Richardson, the former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, who has helped in previous hostages. She's not a fucking hostage. God damn it.
Criminal that did something illegal and was behind bars for a reason.
You may not agree with it that she's a criminal, but she is under the laws of Russia where she fucking was. Not a fucking hostage. He's dealt with numerous times on behalf of Griner, he said in an emailed statement. Richardson said he met with Russian counterparts, conduits, and officials while working closely with Griner's family, including her wife and father. Others who helped, according to Richardson, included Ara Abramian, an Armenian-born businessman with ties to the region, and Vitaly Prus, whose LinkedIn profile indicates he works in international finance and speaks Russian. That sounds like a good qualification. That sounds like a great qualification. It's not immediately clear what specific roles Abramian and Prus played in Griner's release.
International finance, there's as much of a chance that that's another, what do they call them? Intelligence officer?
Yep.
So.
Let me clear these.
I'm going to be on a list now.
Yeah. Floppy Turtle. Bless you, sir, and thank you so much. I really don't get fired up for anything, but this is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Have a drink on me. Well, I had the Shackleton. Now I'm going for a Kirkland Isla single malt Scotch whiskey, which just happens to be Lafroig because I know what Lafroig tastes like. So you can't fool me, Costco. I know it's Lefroy. And the fact that I am slamming really super smoky, peaty scotch tells you just how much fun I'm not having with this particular damn subject.
I am filled with scotch and bitterness and impure thoughts.
Cheers. Thank you. Smoky, smooth, great. I can't breathe. Gotta wait for that peatiness to burn past there. All right. Well, that's 2 drinks in me. I'm fired up. I'm on fire. All right, Paul Whelan. Let's get into Paul Whelan as soon as I get through 3 more of these. Flux, why would we write letters to a potato? Fair enough. Matthew Cooper, did you notice that they announced this deal on the same day the House passed the gay marriage bill? No. We traded an international weapons dealer so Dems and the president can virtue signal. And again, the bill that was passed accepting and recognizing marriages from any other state, I'm cool. That's the way it should be. If it's legal in one state, it should be legal in all states. I don't give a shit about that. But as you said, it was pure virtue signaling. Mm-hmm. Janet Burris, of course she was happy. The first thing she did was hit that vape hard. Yeah. You're joking about that, but you're probably fucking pretty close to the truth. Well, now we're getting in to this part of the story. Flux says this is fucking stupid. It's all for show. What was that?
I was just saying she was probably dumb enough to hit the vape on the plane on the way home.
Yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious if she did it in the UEA and got busted there and sentenced to fucking death. That'd be hilarious. I'd laugh. All right, now we're getting into the Paul Whelan part of this. We need to figure out who Paul Whelan is and what the deal with him is. Because this, as we said, you got to have value for fucking value. An international arms dealer called the Merchant of Death for some near has-been washed up WNBA player. That is not a one-for-one value for value swap. Paul Whelan gets us a little closer, depending on what you believe about him. Not part of the deal is the release of another detained American, former U.S. Marine Paul Whelan, who the Biden administration has worked on to bring home from Russia alongside Griner. Why are they even in the same fucking conversation? I don't know. Whelan, detained in Russia in 2018, is serving a 16-year sentence on espionage charges. The White House said Russia made clear in recent weeks it was unwilling to part with Whelan. Why would they? They know they've got a pussy for a president in the United States who is going to allow them to keep an alleged espionage agent in jail because they want a virtue signal and get out a minority lesbian basketball player. Why would they give up a alleged spy when they can get back a fucking arms dealer who is specifically selling arms for the purpose of killing Americans in exchange for a basketball player? Of course they're going to refuse. The U.S. should have from square one said, fuck this woman who did this. We want our service member back or spy, depending on which. So yeah, the Russia is unwilling to depart with Whelan because they realize they don't have to. Biden's going to fucking cave and give them a terrorist arms dealer who kills Americans back to Russia in exchange for a basketball player. So why would they give up a guy who may or may not be a spy? Although the Biden administration negotiated for the return of Whelan through every step of the process, I'm not really convinced of that. The senior administration official said Russia resisted due to the sham nature of the espionage charges. Look, if someone arrests you for espionage, there's a good chance you really, really were, and you just play the name game. All right, He's not a spy. We don't know him. Now give us back our guy that's not a spy that you don't know. You can't come out and admit to spying on your neighbors. But you just kind of go wink, wink, nudge, nudge, say no more, give us our tourist back. We've not forgotten about Paul Whelan. No, you haven't forgotten about him. You just told him he wasn't fucking worth it. That's what you did with Paul Whelan. You told him that this basketball player was worth more than him. We've not forgotten about Paul Whelan, who's been unjustly detained in Russia for years. Well, where's their fucking hostage negotiator? Where are they bringing down the power on Russia for him? It's not happening. This was not a choice of which American to bring home, Biden said Thursday morning, celebrating the release. Sadly, for totally illegitimate reasons, Russia is treating Paul's case differently than Brittney. Well, then how about you say we're not giving your fucking terrorist back? How about you put your fucking foot down, Biden? How about you tell him he doesn't get the merchant of death, international arms dealer who sells weapons to South Americans, rewind, specifically designed to kill Americans in exchange for a basketball player? How about you put your foot down and say no to releasing him until they let you get back this dude, Paul Whelan? You fucking pussy, Joe Biden.
Because let's face it, there is a very simple reason and answer for that, Jeff.
Pray do tell.
He didn't want his administration to be the one that's on watch when a minority, trans, black minority WNBA player is killed in a Russian prison. That's a simple fact. It would have been an absolute shitstorm of political travesty for him. But I guarantee that's exactly what's going on in the back of their minds. That's why they've bothered to do this, in my own personal opinion.
I don't really have a way of finding fault with that. Could be. Or in the similar vein, let's virtue signal, let's do this, and then we can get votes for the midterm election.
Is that too?
Biden added that while we have not yet succeeded in securing Paul's release, we're not giving up. We will never give up. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre drove this point home during Thursday's press briefing. It was a choice between bringing home one American or bringing home none. Then how about you bring back fucking none? How about you have a little intestinal fortitude? Get a fucking backbone and say we're not letting your guy go until we, as the United States of America, get what we want, which is the release of Paul Whelan, and throw this stupid giantess in for good measure. Put your foot down. Show them where the power used to be. America is no longer a fucking world superpower because of this type of bullshit. We're laughed at, we're mocked, and we're used in situations like this, and that fucking rips me up. Yeah, I'm an expat. Yeah, I live in another country. Yeah, I don't really have a plan to go back to America anytime soon, but that's still my fucking country, and I remember when America used to be great, and I don't want to use the MAGA line, but hey, you can't really knock the sentiment, can ya? Matthew Schmidt, an expert on strategic analysis in the foreign affairs at the University of New Haven, Connecticut, said Russia's military failings in Ukraine were likely a motivation for Putin to make a trade. Fuck off. Seriously, I can't even, his failings in Ukraine made him want to give up the basketball player. Fuck that. I mean, that's not even worth a fucking comment.
No.
Her release gives Putin an opening to appear magnanimous, even though he exchanged her for a notorious arms tracker. It makes him appear like he's the fucking boss, is what it makes him appear to be. And this is crucial. It makes him appear he's back in control of a war. What does releasing a WNBA player indicate that he's back in control of a war? What? Hello, straw man, non sequitur bullshit. I don't even understand that fucking sentence. This is crucial to be back in control of a war that he's not been able to steer his direction since February, Schmidt said in an emailed comment. Republican leaders call prisoner swap a gift to Vladimir Putin. Well, at least we have some goddamn sense in this article. Texas U.S. Representative Michael McCall, the top Republican in the House Foreign Affairs Committee, warned that trading bout for Griner will only embolden Putin to continue his evil practice of taking innocent Americans hostage for political pawns. You fucking think so? And again, I disagree with using that term hostage. But the sentiment I agree with. This is a gift to Vladimir Putin, and it endangers American lives. Leaving Paul Whelan behind for this is unconscionable. Exactly. Leaving Paul Whelan behind for that, referring to Griner, is unconscionable. Jean-Pierre said in a swap, the swap was not a decision that the president made lightly. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. When asked about the administration's risk assessment with releasing Bout, she declined to disclose details about the intelligence community's assessment because the intelligence community.
Everyone said it was a fucking bad idea.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. The intelligence community's assessment was probably, what the fuck? What? Who do you want released?
We spent how many years checking this fucker down, and you want to swap him for a basketball player? Seriously?
What I can say is that the president will continue to be vigilant about our national security, and we will remain to act swiftly to protect it. The UAE and Saudi Arabia, two U.S. allies, in a joint statement took credit for mediation efforts for the prisoner exchange. Okay, we'll let you use our little strip of sand and tarmac. The Crown Prince's involvement comes amid growing tensions in the U.S.-Saudi relations after the OPEC alliance led by Saudi, blah, 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 Jean-Pierre, blah, blah, blah. The negotiations were between the U.S. government and Russia only, but thank the UAE for letting us use their airport. Blah, blah, blah. We're grateful to other countries. Blah, blah, blah. The first black woman and openly gay White House press secretary. What? Why was Jean-Pierre, why was she involved in this? What? The press secretaries? What? A black woman and openly gay White House press secretary? Sound like Griner much? Draw your own fucking conclusions how we arrived at the decision for Griner rather than Paul Whelan. I'm waiting. Brittney is more than an athlete. More than an Olympic champion, she said. She is an important role model and inspiration to millions of the Americans, particularly the LGBTQI plus Americans and women of color. She should never, Jean-Pierre added, have been detained by Russia.
Oh, fucking shit. She committed a crime. She knew what she was doing. They had every right to detain her. And she had every right, no, she had every responsibility to rot in a jail cell and serve out her time for what she did.
She is an important role model, Hayden. She's an inspiration to millions of Americans.
In order to be
I will give you...
No. In order to be an inspiration to millions of people, people have to know her name.
Exactly. That's what I will give you. If you can go back to before this happened and show me millions, meaning at least 2 million, roughly 1.75% of the American population. If you can show me 2 million people that knew her and were inspired, not just fucking forget knew her, that were inspired by her. 2 million people that were inspired by her. I will give you every fucking penny I have to my name and every fucking penny I will ever make for the rest of my life.
Okay, let me put it this way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to plug into Google her name, but I'm going to set the time frame. I'm going to set it any time between, say, 2016. What was last year? 2021?
Yep. Oh, what are you, a fucking wizard, Mr. Internet? You can do this thing?
let's see. How many times was this particular website actually visited? I'm sorry. There's a video on ESPN all about her with 3,000 views and likes. But she's an inspiration to millions. Oh, sorry, I should say 400,000 views. But that's over 3 years.
I hate everybody. I really, really do.
My chest hair is trying to escape to Russia. You guys really don't like the chest hair, do you?
Okay, that was funny. But we got a couple shit. I'm 226 messages behind. Alyssa K says, "Can we return Griner for value?" Apparently not. Turbo Goat says, "How about Colonel Pup?" I don't know who Colonel Pup is.
I'm just dying over here.
Do we know who Colonel Pup is? Is it an Aussie thing?
No.
Aaron says, "I would play the tiniest violin in the world on Griner's behalf, but Jeff already took it and smashed it into tiny pieces across his desk." Elbow cough, lots of laughs. All right, I'm scrolling up here to see if anybody in the past 226 messages sent a super chat because I don't want to miss them because I was ranting and not paying attention because I'm a piece of shit. How about Colonel Pup? No, that looks like the last one. If I've missed your super chat, let me know. I apologize. I don't think I have. I can bring up my spreadsheet and see, but that would require effort on my part. Cool Frog says, "Double your money by buying meme drinks instead." Now, yeah, it's not going to double me money because I'm trying to get maps nailed to a wall over here, and I saw you over there. I checked. I saw you over there, you traitorous bastard. All right. God damn it. Let's get back next. See, now the important thing we have to figure out. The one thing we have to figure out in this equation is Victor Bout. Who is the merchant of death? Who is the merchant of death? Is this a question that we should really have to be asking ourselves right now? Okay, so we exchanged a WNBA's person for the merchant of death. What did we get out of this? What did we get out of this? Here's the merchant of death. Nicolas Cage.
International egg on your face?
He's already been in jail in Bangkok. No, seriously, all fucking stupid ranty shit aside, this is the fucker that we traded. We traded a WNBA basketball player for this guy, one of the world's most infamous arms dealers. Has been released from U.S. custody as part of a prisoner exchange with U.S. basketball star Brittney Griner. Does that sentence make any fucking sense to anybody? It doesn't to me. And by the way, my Brittney Griner rant was scheduled to be about 15 minutes. In case you're keeping score. Griner had been in custody since February after Moscow airport officials found cannabis oil in her luggage when she was returning to the U.S. after playing in Russia. Rumors had circulated in U.S. media for months that senior State Department officials had sought to secure Griner's release in exchange for the arms dealer's freedom. So notorious are the notorious. We started out with so notorious are the exploits. Value for value. So notorious was Brittney Griner's cannabis oil. I don't think that's how that sentence starts. We have notorious versus vapor. So notorious are the exploits of the former Soviet Air Force officer that they inspired a Hollywood film and garnered him an impressively fearsome nickname. But who is the man known as the Merchant of Death? I mean, his nickname is the Merchant of Death. Doesn't that tell us all we really need to know? Bout was extradited from Thailand to the U.S. in 2010 after a sting operation by the U.S. DEA 2 years earlier. Agents from the DEA posed as potential buyers from the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, known as FARC. That group, which has since disbanded, FARC me too, was classified as a terrorist organization by the United States. So the Drug Enforcement Agency is... They rustled him up by pretending to be part of a terrorist organization from Colombia. Bout claimed that he was simply an entrepreneur with a legitimate international transport business, wrongfully accused of trying to arm South American rebels, the victims of U.S. political machinations. But a jury in New York didn't believe his story. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison in April 2012 after being found guilty of what? Conspiracy to kill Americans and U.S. officials, delivering anti-aircraft missiles, and aiding a terrorist organization. Well, that sounds like someone who you want to get involved in a one-to-one exchange with a damn fucking woman basketball player. His 3-week trial heard that Bout had been told the weapons would be used to kill U.S. pilots working with Colombian officials. Prosecutors said he replied, "We have the same enemy." This is disgusting.
I need to get you to do some voiceover work for me.
I hang around too many Russians. As a matter of fact, tomorrow I will be drinking with the Russians. I see you tomorrow, comrade. Well, I do. It's a complicated story, but it involves Russians and my one of my best friends who they're my best friends, but they're a couple. He's Russian, she's Ukrainian. It's interesting. Bout, a Russian national born in Soviet-ruled Tajikistan, began his career in air transport in the early 1990s after fall of USSR. According to the 2007 book Merchant of Death by security experts Donald Farah and Stephen Braun, Bout built up his business using military planes left on the airfields of the collapsing Soviet Empire in early 1990s. Well, nobody's looking at them. I may as well sell them. Rose says, "Jeff, come here and run for president." Okay. The sturdy Antonovs and Ilyushins were up for sale, along with their crews. Their crews! It wasn't just like, here's a missile, good fucking luck figuring out how to use it. No. It's like, here's your plane. Oh, and we'll throw in the crew too, because hey, mercenaries. They want money.
Mm-hmm.
They were perfect for delivering goods to bumpy wartime airstrips around the world. Bout, who was 45 when he was sentenced, is said to have begun channeling weapons through a series of front companies to war-torn parts of Africa. The UN named him as an associate of former Liberian President Charles Taylor. And if your name is Charles Taylor and you're in charge of an African nation, you better bet there's a documentary on Netflix about how fucking evil you are. Go watch the Netflix deal about how fucking evil Charles Taylor, the Liberian president, was, who was convicted in 2012 on charges. It's true, though.
He just happens to have an English name.
Yeah, and he just happens to be. Anytime you refer to your president as a warlord, there you go. And who has a penchant for cutting things off other people's bodies and eating them occasionally. So, Charles Taylor, who also was convicted in 2012 on charges of aiding and abetting war crimes during the Sierra Leone Civil War, Bout is a businessman.
Serving 50 years in jail.
Yep. Our Russian dude is a businessman, dealer, and transporter of weapons and minerals. Plutonium, anyone? Who supported former President Taylor's regime in an effort to destabilize Sierra Leone and gain illicit access to diamonds. Blood diamonds, UN documents state. Media reports in the Middle East claimed he was a gun runner for Al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Is Griner running guns for the Taliban? Probably not. Not a one-for-one, value-for-value exchange. He's also alleged to have armed both sides in Angola's civil war. That's a businessman. He literally fucking arms both sides of a war. Chew on that for a minute, people. He's selling weapons to both sides of a war. Kudos for your grift powers. What was that?
Guys are going to make money somehow.
Seriously.
It's a living.
That's like God tier grift powers right there when you're selling weapons of war to both sides of a war. And he's also supplying weapons to warlords and governments from the Central African Republic and the Democratic Republic of Congo to Sudan and Libya. And for those of you that aren't versed in the ways of international politics, any country that has the words Democratic Republic in their title is most certainly neither a democratic country or a republic. Just so you know. Fuck. In an interview with the UK's Channel 4 News in 2009, he flatly denied ever dealing with Al-Qaeda or the Taliban. But he did admit to flying arms to Afghanistan in mid-1990s, saying they were used by commanders fighting against the Taliban. He also claimed to have helped the French government transport goods to Rwanda after the genocide and to have transported UN peacekeepers. Oh, well, fucking Saint Bout. But law enforcement agencies pursued him through the 2000s. He left his home in Belgium in 2002, where the authorities there issued an arrest warrant. It is thought Bout traveled under several aliases, moving through countries such as the United Arab Emirates and South Africa before resurfacing in Russia in 2003. In the same year, British Foreign Office Minister Peter Hain coined the nickname Merchant of Death. After reading a 2003 report about him, Mr. Hain said Bout is the leading merchant of death who is the principal conduit for planes and supply routes that take arms from East Europe, principally Bulgaria, Moldova, and Ukraine, to Liberia and Angola. Hey, Mr. Merchant of Death, can Ukraine have their weapons back, please? I think they need them. The UN has exposed Bout as the center of a spider's web of shady arms dealers, diamond brokers, and other operatives sustaining the wars. This guy is literally... Go ahead.
You know, a guy like this, even being stuck in a hole in America somewhere, he was still running this empire. He's going straight back to it as soon as he steps off that plane.
You know it. Absolutely. He's already done some shady shit in the past 10 hours. You're guaranteed that.
Yeah, all he needed was a phone.
The U.S. made moves. Literally, this dude has started and fed every war that's been happening since the 1990s. The U.S. made moves against Bout throughout the 2000s, freezing his assets in 2006, but there was no law he could be prosecuted under in the U.S. Instead, U.S. agents bided their time until 2008 when they posed as buyers for Colombia's FARC rebels and gained an introduction to Bout through one of his former associates, who's probably now dead. Shortly after the undercover officers discussed arms shipments to FARC with Bout, Thai authorities arrested him, and lengthy legal proceedings began to bring him to the U.S. Bout said the U.S. case against him was politically motivated. His wife has been quoted as saying his only connection with Colombia was tango lessons. That's his only connection with Colombia. Tango lessons. The Russian authorities supported him throughout his legal proceedings, with Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov vowing to fight to secure his return to Russia and labeling the Thai court's decision as unjust and political. In 2005, the 2005 film Lord of War, loosely based on the arms dealer's life, has the anti-hero escaping justice at the end. Perhaps it seemed unlikely Bout would ever achieve the same, but after 12 years behind bars, he has now been flown home to freedom in exchange for this: a basketball player. A basketball player was released in exchange for that motherfucker. I wish I had some extra rant for that, but that's just a bottom line fuckery there.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying, here, I'll trade you this kitten for an alligator.
I mean, literally no words. Literally no words for that shit. I mean, that's fucked up. That's fucked up on so many levels. A basketball player for this guy who has literally been involved in every war that has been fought since 1990, including arming both sides of a civil war. How fucked up is that? I wish I would have thought of that and had the ability to do it, because I would have done it. What, you guys want to fight each other? I know where you can get weapons. Don't tell him. I know where you can get weapons. Don't tell him. Let the good times roll. God damn, for a basketball player. Well, you know who's left out in all of this again? Paul Whelan. Should we see what Paul Whelan thinks about this bullshittery? Well, CNN can tell us, because they had an exclusive interview with Paul Whelan where he says he's, quote, disappointed that this bitch got released and he didn't. Holy shit. Here we go again. Before we jump into that, we got to clear some super chats. Fucking apparently. Andrew 46 and 2 says, can I get a clarification? Was she leaving Russia with oil or arriving Russia with oil? She was arriving in Russia with oil.
With literally a gram of oil. Like, minuscule amount of it, too.
Hope it was worth it, you stupid cow. Here's for the truth, says business is business. He's an equal opportunity arms dealer. Exactly. I wish I would have had the wherewithal to think of that and the money to pull it off, because I'd do it. Legendary Racing. Is this guy hiring? Probably. He's got some ground to catch up. And D. What? Loving your rant, unbreaded. Wow, D. What? Thank you so much for that. I mean, seriously, that's deeply appreciated. So much so that, wait, I have to wash out the peat from the Lefroy bottled by Costco. Ugh. Smoky peat water.
All right. How long is this article?
Very short. You got to go?
All right. It's 4:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
I got a kid's party at 11.
Well, here we go. This is some of the remains of the Fuck It Friday Dalmore 15. This is really nice and really good. And because you're really nice and really good, D. What? Cheers. Thank you for this. Deeply, deeply, deeply appreciated. Deeply, deeply, deeply grateful to you. Thank you so much. And cheers. I don't want to shoot this, but it's so good. But rules are rules. Goodbye, my sweet prince. Do you want to stick through this article or do you need to bail? You make the call.
Oh, look, if it's going to be 15 minutes, I can do it.
It should be less than that.
All right.
But again, this whole thing was supposed to take 15 minutes.
I'll let you know if I have to pull a ripcord. Or if you hear snoring on the stream, you already know.
Well, I guess I'll just have to yell louder so you don't fall asleep, because I need your final rant before you leave.
Oh, dude, I don't know if I got one in me.
You got one in you. Rub it out. Rub one out. It'll. That's not what I meant. That didn't come out right at all.
No.
Paul Whelan tells CNN he is, quote, disappointed. I'm sure he had actual other different words to describe what happened. That more wasn't done to secure his release. CNN, see more. I don't see more videos. Fuck off. Detained American Paul Whelan expressed his frustration that more has not been done to secure his release in an exclusive CNN interview hours after another detained American, Brittney GRINER, was freed. Whelan said he was happy that GRINER was released. I'm thinking that was just a politically correct statement to make. I'm sure he was saying, fuck that bitch. She deserves to rot in jail. Come on. This is utter and complete bullshit. I'm sure that's closer to the truth. I'm greatly disappointed that more has not been done to secure my release, especially as the 4-year anniversary of my arrest is coming up. I was arrested for a crime that never occurred. Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he wasn't really a Russian spy against Russia.
Oh, come on. He was arrested for receiving a USB drive at someone's wedding that just happened to contain national secrets.
But give him the benefit. Even if we believe him, he still is a higher value person to exchange than a fucking basketball player.
Oh, I'm not arguing with you in the slightest there. The Merchant of Death needed to have a higher value exchange. Seriously, it's completely fucked up.
And what Hayden was saying was just what I was saying earlier, where you play the game, you go, okay, all right, he's not really a spy. Okay, whatever. He's just a tourist there for a wedding. All righty, but we'll let you have him, and you give us our not spy back. That's how this game works.
Mm-hmm.
If you.
The Simpsons literally did something on this when they had the two kids that were the spies. Was it the German or the Russian exchange student? When Bart went off to France instead, and he's learning all the things about the nuclear power plant and all that sort of stuff, and then he gets exchanged for a US kid on the tarmac because they realize that he's a spy.
That's right. That's a good episode. Stingy member for 1 month said Russians. Oh shit! It went away. Stingy said something, but then it just flashed away, so I didn't get to look at it. Thank you, Stingy, for whatever it was you said for your membership thing. Thank you very much. Something about Russians. All right. The interview took place shortly after President Biden, standing alongside Griner's wife, Cheryl, at the White House, also expressed regret that the U.S. had not been able to get Whelan out. Oh, by the way, he said, I don't understand why I'm still sitting here. Because Biden's a fucking cuck. That's why you're still sitting there. Biden expresses regret they hadn't been able to get Whelan out. He vowed the U.S. would never give up on him. U.S. officials said the Russians refused to negotiate his release. But okay, so we'll fucking negotiate the release of the Merchant of Death. Why didn't Biden say, well, fuck you then? We're not letting your fucking Merchant of Death out. That's all you had to do. Put your goddamn foot down, you fucking senile, dementia-ridden piece of Biden shit. That was not a situation where we had a choice of which American to bring home. Bullshit, you did. It was a choice between bringing home one particular American, Brittney GRINER, or bringing home none. That's when you bring home none. Remember when the United States did not negotiate with terrorists? You bring home none. And if I was Brittney GRINER, have a little fucking loyalty to your country. Why you should be the one saying, I'm not leaving this prison cell until he comes with me. That's what you say, you stupid bitch. And I will bet that, I'm just saying, as a totally pulling information out of my ass, I would guess that a WNBA black lesbian basketball player probably hates America. I'm just guessing. Maybe she's the most patriotic person on earth, but she doesn't fit the demographic. It was a choice between bringing home one American or none. You bring home none. That's what it's all about. Whalen said he was surprised that he had been left behind. I bet he was.
Mm-hmm.
I bet he was. And if someone knows whether or not she's I'm not, I'm going to take a knee, I'm not going to represent the flag, or I don't like America, or be a BLM shit. If any of you can corroborate that, please do. Whalen said he was surprised. Yeah, I bet he was. I was led to believe that things were moving in the right direction and that the governments were negotiating and that something would happen fairly soon. Whalen, a former Marine who is a U.S., Irish, British, and Canadian citizen, a guy has 4 citizenships, he's a spy, was detained by at the Moscow hotel in December 2018 by Russian authorities who alleged he was involved in an intelligence operation. He was convicted and sentenced in June 2020 to 16 years in prison in a trial U.S. officials denounced as unfair. U.S. officials have indicated that the Russians refused to release him despite U.S. efforts at negotiations, and Whalen said he was told that because the Russians have accused him of being a spy, they've put me at a higher level than what they did with Trevor Reed and Brittney. Probably because you were. And guess what? I would put international arms dealer who actively supports and supplies weapons to both sides of a civil war to be on an even higher level than a spy. That raises a lot of concerns because none of this is true. Yeah, all right, whatever. Okay, you're not a spy. And they're trying to get out of United States what the United States may not be able to provide. But this is basically political extortion. Probably. But what are you going to do about it? They've always considered me to be a sort of higher level than other criminals of my sort. Other criminals of my sort? It sort of sounds like you just admitted to being a criminal there to me. And for whatever reason, I'm treated differently than other individuals here from a Western country that's also on a charge of espionage. So even though we're both here for espionage, I'm treated much differently than he is, and my treatment is so much different than others held for espionage at other prisons. My bags are packed. Whalen said he hopes that Biden and his administration would do everything they could to get me home, regardless of the price they might have to pay at this point. I would say that if a message could go to President Biden, well, apparently Griner's got him on fucking speed dial, Whalen. What the fuck's your problem, you piece of shit? You're useless. You don't have the president of the fucking United States on speed dial? Well, perhaps you would if you were a black lesbian and his spokesman just happened to be a black lesbian. Maybe you'd have a little more inroads, you degenerate right-wing political service member. I feel sorry for this guy, seriously. My bags are packed and I'm ready to go home. I just need an airplane to come and get me. Whalen said he would like to speak to Biden directly. Biden's crawling up Griner's ass to talk to her directly all the time. But no, he's not going out of his way to talk to Whalen. Why? Because Whalen doesn't fit his fucking narrative. That's why. And I think that's disgraceful. Whalen said he would like to speak to Biden directly, noticing he had spoken to an administration official earlier in the day about the situation. So it's like, oh, sorry, dude. You ain't going nowhere. You're fucked. Bye. Click. That's probably all he heard. I think that message really needs to go to people like the president so they understand personally what I'm dealing with and what we're dealing with in these foreign prisons under these circumstances. It's quite obvious that I'm being held hostage. Yeah, probably literally someone who is being held hostage is not designated as a hostage, where a basketball player is designated as being a hostage. Biden acknowledged the Whalen family on Thursday, saying the prisoner swap for Griner was not a choice of which American to bring home. That is exactly what the fuck it was. You chose not to negotiate harder for Whalen because you could take the easy fucking road out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you literally made the choice of which American to bring home. And sadly, for totally illegitimate reasons, Russia is treating Paul's case differently than Brittney's, Biden said. And while we have not yet succeeded in securing Paul's release, we are not giving up. We will never give up. The Biden administration has ideas about new forms of offers. What? Do we have like fucking Antichrist in jail that we're going to let the Russians have? What could be worse than this guy? Do we have like these like fucking Antichrist in jail that we're just going to give him? Something more, something different the U.S. needs to make available. Something more. What more do you offer Russians than the fucking guy called the Merchant of Death? What more do you fucking offer them? In all seriousness, Hayden, what the fuck more do you offer the Russians than a guy called the Merchant of Death who specifically sells weapons to everybody for the purpose of killing Americans?
Well, apparently if you're Biden, you bend over and say, have at it.
I guess.
Nukes.
This guy probably can sell you nukes. We've made it clear to the Russians that we're at least open to talking about what could be we could actually deliver. It would be someone in our custody. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. Describing it as a good call. She said they spoke for about 10 minutes. And she also spoke with Secretary of State Antony Blinken for about 15 minutes. Well, I'm sure Paul Whelan's sister was really happy about talking to the Secretary of State and some rando office person for 15 minutes. She praised the release of Griner, saying that she didn't want the news of her brother being left behind to overshadow the good news. Again, magnanimous, but bullshit. She probably wants Griner to burn in the deepest bowels of hell. Or if you buy into the whole, 9 levels of hell from whoever the fuck that guy was that wrote that one book once. Dante, sorry. Yeah. I blanked for a second. Then you freezing to death sorry. I am literate. I just kind of flashed for a second. Elizabeth Whelan told CNN she doesn't believe her brother knows the extent of the efforts to free him. Apparently they weren't great. We're not back to square one. Well, where are we then? We've been in active discussions with the Russians on Mr. Whelan's case for a very, very long time. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to shine a negative light on Russia per se. I'm just trying to tell how it is. I'm trying to get a message through to my governments that I need help, he says. Dude, you're the wrong sex, but you do like women, so you're on the right track. You just need to transition. If it's a risk, then it's a risk I'm willing to take because I think the message needs to get out. And I've kind of sat quietly for a long time. And at this point, I'm frustrated that nothing's being done. And I just know what roadmap people are looking at to get me home. Who knows how I'll come back or if I come back. The dude's not positive. Saying I'm a general in the U.S. military and that I'm a spy, a secret agent with the DIA, that's left me in a very precarious situation because people look at me in a very dangerous time and they say, well, you're one of them.
I'm sorry, what? He's one of them and they just released the Merchant of Death?
Yeah. Whelan said he tries to keep sane by reading a lot of books and writing letters. He said he likes to receive letters and cards, sports scores, and news articles and things like that because that sort of thing coming in for our world makes me remember that our world still exists. The end of this is just Griner, fuck you. Biden, fuck you. This bullshit of trading her for a dude called the Merchant of Death is utterly and singularly one of the most despicable acts I have ever personally witnessed the United States government doing. And I'm fucking ashamed of that. And Tim Pool's yarmulke beanie, talk about an unfair trade, a layup specialist? I wouldn't even give her a layup specialist. A layup specialist for a real shooter. Not great for the first publicized WNBA trade. Kimmy says, I wonder what Mark Fogel and his family think of this deal. He's in a Russian work camp for the same reason as Griner, but he's never spoken of. Well, because first it's a he. I mean, the Chugi show says maybe he was politically correct in his statement. Yeah, he pretty much believes nothing that he said. That's it. I'm just getting out of rants here. Maybe they put a tracker in him. It's possible.
Possibly.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know why they bothered today. I mean, in this day and age, we're all walking around with trackers in our hands anyway, so...
Yeah.
I was on Streamly yesterday. I realized it's probably about a half hour in, I realized I didn't have my phone on me. Easily the most naked I've ever felt.
It's weird, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I hated them. Now I panic if I can't look at it every 30 seconds. But I'm exhausted, man. I've been ranting for 5 hours. I'm just toast. Ozzy, rant. Give us your final rants on anything we've talked about today, including Griner. Just give us your rants. Come on, don't wake up the wife and kids though. We don't want you to get in trouble. Just give us your moderate rant.
Well, see, I was busy looking at the news to see what I could rant about. And all I can say is, people, look after your fucking children. We had an incident in Melbourne yesterday. Someone decided that it'd be okay to allow their child to walk on the road and almost got hit by a car doing 70. The kid was stupid enough to try and run out into the road. I swear to God, some people really do need a license to have children because you do some absolutely stupid shit.
Oh, no. Yeah.
I know that wasn't much of a rant, but I'm fucking dead to the world.
Well, let's quickly check here to make sure. Let's go through the spreadsheet.
Jay,
and
not
make
a
sure
chance
I've got
in hell.
Everybody. Not a chance in hell of what?
Oh, he asked me if I was streaming today, which would be in like 3 hours.
Pet a tracker in him, politically correct. Mark Fogel, unfair trade. Bend over America. Oh, I missed that one from Nancy Jennings. Bend over America. Biden has corn popped us again. D. Watt, love your rant on Breaded. Thank you so much for that. We read that already. Does the guy think business is business? Opportunity arms. Clarification. Call pup. I think we got all of our super chats. Woohoo! Ladies and gentlemen.
I was going to put on a voice. Let me turn the voice off. I lost my train of thought.
Okay, there we go. Seriously, at the end of all this 5 hours ranting, I'm toast. I just can't do it anymore. I'm exhausted. All of my adrenaline has gone. I'm crashing. Ozzy, thank you so much for joining for the rant. And go to hell, everybody else I sent an invite to that didn't show up. Most of them are on Memes channel right now watching him fucking death spiral. But good for him, I guess. Chat, thank you so much.
It's not Friday for me. It is Saturday morning. And like I said, in about 6 hours, I have to get up and chase a bunch of 4-year-olds around a play center. I barely am going to have the energy to walk from here to the bed. So
I'm so sorry to hear that.
As am I.
We've got 710 concurrent viewers and 940 likes. Come on, give me 60 more likes. Give me 1,000 likes. That would be super ridiculously awesome to give me 1,000 likes. They like me. They really like me. I want 1,000 likes. That'd be super cool. Mods, you guys have pulled. Excuse me, I haven't a drink. Mods, you guys have pulled extra duty tonight. Thank you so much. Flux, I hope you're listening in your office. You're super. Love you, girl. Hope to get on your stream this weekend. Flux Paints, you want to be there. Valhalla Waits got a channel. Rose RNCLNC. I'm not that drunk. Mod, she's got a channel. Go to her. Everybody's got a channel. Channels everywhere. All of my mods apparently have channels. I'm inspiring the masses. Let's go, Brandon. What's up, bruh? Free Assange. Hashtag free Assange. Yeah, I didn't really give a shit about Assange, but the more I tend to care, the more I tend to say, yeah. Chat, the Vice Squad, you guys are the best chat on the internet. Thank you so much for being here. Those of you that have me on in the background, listen to me throughout your day, while you drive around the country, while you work in your office, while you clean your house, while you do anything. Thank you so much. You're a big part of this as well. Come back at some point, hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. It looks like the mods are being banned across YouTube as we speak. We're back down to about 12 less than we were at peak mod season. Guys, hit that like button. We need 40 more to get to 10,000. Subscribe, hit the notifications, join the memberships, whatever the hell you want to do. Thank you for being here. And make sure that before you turn your computers off to get about the rest of your day, go over to Aussie Overlord. Subscribe to him. He needs to get to 10,000 subscribers before Christmas. How have we done this stream?
We've added, 12 subscribers. So thank you very much, peeps.
You guys disgust me. We need more than 12 subscribers. Get over there, you degenerate.
I dare say that of the 8,000 people that have subscribed to me, a good chunk of the people that are watching already have.
Probably.
So,
but still. All right, get him up to. We've got a few weeks to get to 10,000.
That'd be nice.
Yvonne Iria says, "Have a nice rest, Jeff and Ozzy. You too, well deserved after huge rants." That's where we're going to end this. Join me over on Hannah Franz, Fair and Balanced Younger Sisters channel tomorrow. Just for Hannah Franz for the Unexplained, where Hannah, Farron, and I will be discussing unexplained things. That'll happen tomorrow. And join me Monday on my channel for Maritime Monday. Ozzy, what do you got coming up in the next few days?
I've decided to sort of like revamp some of my stuff. So I'm going to be looking at, I'm finally going to get around to doing the Ivan Milat video from Current Affair, which will be good. I'm going to start pinching your setup for Maritime Mondays. Sorry, I'm going to steal your format for Maritime Mondays and revamp it into like, I don't know, Wacky Wednesdays or Murderous Thursdays or some shit like that.
Okay. So you're not just going to restream my Maritime Mondays then?
No, because I know shit all about that, and that would not be interesting in the slightest.
Don't tell them, but I'm kind of close to you. No, that's like literally the one thing that I know about in life. Don't take that from me, Hayden. Maritime life is literally the only thing I have in life.
No, all I'm saying is I'm trying to sort of add a little bit more structure to my show, build some of the growth. Actually, like,
well, I'll tell you, I do Maritime Monday on Mondays, and I do O.J. Simpson rehash on Thursdays. They're my two lowest viewed streams of the week, invariably. They're my two lowest super chats of the week, but they have the most loyal and rabid audience of any streams of the week.
I would say that about my usual shows, which, by the way, people, remember, Law, News, and Laughter, 4 p.m. Eastern Time every single day, except for today, because I'm going to be sleeping. I'll probably try and sort something out for later in the afternoon, so I will see you there. But that is probably going to be after the Screaming Kids. So, you know what? It might even be while most of you guys are asleep. I'll sort something out.
We're working out eventually.
Yep.
And I'll do something some point too. So hey, there you go.
Here I'm going on about being a little bit more structured, and fuck it, it's right out the window.
It'll get structured some other time.
Yeah.
All righty. Well, I'm gonna go to bed probably and be as useless as an established title certificate. Hayden, hope you have a good sleep or a good morning. You got to wake up for breakfast in a few hours. Thank you so much for spending your entire night with me. Let the adrenaline crash and have a great sleep for a few minutes.
Will do. Cheers, Jeff. See you guys. Stay healthy.
Good night, everybody. We'll see you later. Enjoy your legal vices. I'm out. See you on Hannah Franz tomorrow. Well, tomorrow, and by tomorrow, I mean like 8 hours from now. Bye.